our ex-chairman dropped a liter of Coca-Cola
Gosh.
on the floor.
Oh, yeah, no, we don't.
Here, someone here.
He is across the street.
Yeah, I understand. Just leave that.
Yeah,
Get
no,
your-
I just thought, I didn't know if you knew that he was.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Oh, man. We're on the Ethernet, and we just got a warning that we have an unstable internet connection. Yes, and that shouldn't be an issue on the Ethernet with an Ethernet cable. And I knew we were going slow. Watch your step.
Good morning, everyone.
No, I'm going to
Just about 3
baseball
more
game.
minutes, we'll get started.
You spend the news going to go.
He's at the door.
Boy.
Repurposing for board purposes today.
It doesn't work.
Right. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the March 18th at the board directors meeting. Welcome everybody in person. Thank you. This is our first formal meeting back in person. I'm not sure if we're keeping masks on or off, but also please be aware that we are live streaming this to Arkansas PBS. So welcome to all of the viewers. With that, let's get started. First item on the agenda today is the approval of the, we're in April. Welcome to the April meeting. The first item on the agenda is the approval of the March 18th at the board meeting minutes. That you'll find that behind in the board book behind tab number 1. Everybody's had a chance to review that. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Move approve, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Dr. Lane. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. That motion will carry. Thank you. And keeping in line with what we've been doing during the virtual meeting, everybody, we're just going to roll straight into new business, and then we'll go into other business for the committee meetings that we will have. So,
Chairman Busby,
Yes.
is there anything special we need to do with these microphones that are always going to be on? Is that like we need to push a button just to make sure everybody understands kind of,
yes.
we're not used to microphones?
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I appreciate you reminding that. Yes, everybody, your mics are hot. The green light indicates that you are being recorded. There is a button in the middle that push. If you push that, it will silence you, but you have to continuously push it to silence yourself. And please also be aware that if you do silence yourself, your neighbors might pick you up. So just be aware of that. Everybody's fine. So, okay. With that, we'll go into the new business, and I will turn it over to, I believe we have, it's all good. Yes, thank you, with Mitchell Williams, Sealy, Cates, and Woodward to present a resolution for Conway Christian.
Y'all give me some grace, figure out how we do this in person. So the first resolution I want to talk to you about, it is a conduit financing for Conway Christian School in Conway. It's a nonprofit, so private school. It will be secured by a mortgage on their campus and revenues, primarily tuition and fees that their students pay. The money is going to be used to refund an existing series of bonds from 2012 that financed the initial improvements. There's going to be a little bit of money used for a new high school. Most of that is going to come through private donations. Maximum principal amount, $5,500,000. The not to exceed interest amount is 4%. Final maturity, December 1, 2041. Again, limited liability, special obligation. ADFA's only obligation is to pass on the loan payments that it receives. The Professionals Cruise is acting as placement agent. We anticipate that there's going to be 2 banks that are involved in this, probably First Security and Centennial Bank will be the 2 bondholders. Mitchell Williams is bond counsel, and First Security Bank is serving as the trustee. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
It's all good. Are there any questions? Any members of the board?
Yeah, Chairman Busby, just a couple of questions, and I'm not sure really the appropriate person to answer this, Michelle, or maybe Edmund with Cruz. At last month's board meeting, it was kind of an abbreviated meeting, and I mentioned I might want to spend just a couple of minutes somebody just explaining to the board, what's the difference really between a charter school as opposed to a public school, where they get their revenues, how that works, maybe the risks of this type of a public school financing as opposed to regular traditional public school financing. Would you like to take a crack at that? Or?
I can. And then Edmund will correct me if he disagrees with the analysis. So with the private school, Conway Christian, you've done similar financings for Pulaski Academy and Episcopal Collegiate. So the analysis there is the same. That is, children voluntarily attend those schools. In getting admitted to those schools, then they pay tuition, very similar to a higher education institution where you pay tuition, and that is the primary source of revenue. In contrast to that, a traditional Pulaski County Special School District, Little Rock School District, there are ad valorem taxes that we pay on our personal and our real property are collected by the state and then dispersed to the school districts to be used to fund. The charter schools are public schools. They are public schools under Arkansas law. They receive their money on a per pupil basis. So there is a set amount, is it $6,500 that they receive? So it's based on the enrollment at the charter school. So for a charter, the credit analysis is somewhat similar because obviously the tuition that you get per student at a private school and then the the per pupil funding that you get at a charter school, it's based on your enrollment and the number of students that are there. For your public schools, it's not as closely tied to the traditional public schools. Again, charter school is a public school under Arkansas law. It's under the control of the Arkansas Department of Education and regulated by Arkansas Department of Education. A private school is not as closely regulated by the Department of Education.
Madam Chair, so for example, we toured that public hearing at Exalt Academy's on the schedule today, and they've been growing a grade a year, and they're up through 8th grade, and they've got about 500 students. They have applied for waivers on how they teach in their education. So approximately, what was it? I think 70% of those kids are in single parent households. 30% of come in their 2 or 3 grade levels behind minimum when they start at that school, where they're supposed to be. So they're in traditional public school where they're thrown into 5th grade and they're in 5th grade. Here, they're allowed to test them and see, okay, they should be in 5th grade, but they're actually 3rd grade level. And so they're put into a classroom with everybody, really regardless of age, within a few years, that's at a 3rd grade level. And then it takes them about 2 years to get it up. So it's a public school, but they have different rules of how they teach and how they can address kids with special needs or circumstances. And all these charter schools are a little different in how they administer that, but that's an example.
So if I'm a charter school and I have to renew my charter every year, my charter, that's okay. As an example, so I think a couple of these charters that are approved by the state expire maybe like next year. So the risk, I guess, associated, if I'm an investor, if I'm a bond underwriter and I'm looking at, the risk associated with the actual financing, then I guess there's that risk, the risk of the state saying, we're not going to renew your charter. How would you say, and how do underwriters look at that? How should we maybe look at that from how should our staff be looking at that? And I've got a question for our staff. How do we look at that? Because that, to me, might be a real risk. And then what happens if the charter doesn't get renewed?
That's a great question. So when we're doing transactions for charter schools, not just in Arkansas, but anywhere in the USA, you're looking for states that have a good charter system, and Arkansas does. And they have a very established system for how they renew charter schools and what it looks. And so when we're looking for a charter school that we're comfortable with financing, we're looking for one that has good management, that has a good track record, that has good enrollment, so that we have an established charter school. And certainly you see charters that don't get renewed, but a lot of those are mom and pop, someone that just starts up a charter school out of a strip mall and has 15 students, those don't always make it. But like Jacksonville Lighthouse Charter School, that has a national charter school organization. And so when they originally came in 2004, they were actually courted by people within the state of Arkansas to get an experienced charter school operator in the state. But even they didn't qualify for bond financing until they had been established for a number of years. And so their original financing came from like the Walton Family Foundation and from Southern Bank Corp and some incentive programs that they have. So, you see charter schools that get established, and once they get established and have a track record, then we as a firm get comfortable that we can underwrite those and they're gonna have a long-term performance.
So then the likelihood for a transaction like that or a charter school like that their charter not being renewed would be very remote, right? And
That's right. And then these go before the state Department of Education for approval. So before a charter school does a financing like this, the Department of Education has to sign off on it. Now, that doesn't mean they're guaranteeing it, but of course, why would the Department of Education agree to approve a 20-year financing on a school that they thought they were about to get a charter, right? So they're giving, so not only does this board have protection of your staff and what we do, is we have some faith in the professionals that are involved in our look at it. But additionally, the Department of Education is reviewing those transactions before we do it.
the State Board of Education,
The Department of Education.
the state, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Arkansas
That's
Department of Education, there's
that's
a
the one.
process that, and that's one of the things I want to emphasize. We won't close a transaction on a legal perspective. We believe that that is one of the legal requirements that's necessary before we can close this financing. And that is to present the lease, the form of lease, and in a lot of instances, the actual amortization schedule. So the state gets that, they see it, they know what the school is obligated for. And we get a letter from Secretary Keith that says that they have approved the financing and it, cites the statutory requirements that we have to follow, which we do, and then we incorporate into the closing transcript and into the documents. One other thing that I've noticed, and we always include in our disclosure information whenever we are assisting with a public offering, these are private placements, but public offerings, they always want to know the waiting list. They always want to know that there are children that want to come to this school. And so that's another piece of this, whenever you're talking about it being based on your student population. Not only do we have the existing student population, historical information, but they also provide us a wait list so that we know how many students that they have that have applied and want to be at that charter school.
Thank you, that information is helpful. One final question. So the off chance that one of these charter schools, 7 years from now, 8 years from now, you get a 20-year financing, doesn't make it. For some reason, there's a competing charter school over here and they lose 80% of their their kids to that school, so they don't have the revenues to pay their debt, they default on the debt. What happens?
Just like any other real estate transaction, we get a first mortgage on the facility. We would unfortunately have to foreclose on that facility. And, the first route would be, is there another school or institution that can take over and do well there? Because if a charter school's failing and not doing well, that means that we were wrong on the management. Because if you're managing it right, there's a need and there's a desire. We're growing charter schools in the state. We're not shrinking them. We're adding to them consistently. I'll be back to you next month with response to that up in Northwest Arkansas that we did a few months ago. Charter schools are growing. The state of Arkansas and the Walton Family Foundation and others are pushing to grow more charter schools, not less. So if we had a situation like you're talking about, I would be optimistic that we could find someone that knows how to run the charter school that could step in and take over that facility. Worst case scenario, we're selling real estate.
So realizing that's a real possibility, who would be responsible for taking care of it if it should be foreclosed?
So we have a trustee bank, just like all of our bond issues.
So they would be responsible.
Yeah, so there's provisions in the documents, Ms. Allgood has in there. You can address that.
We have
We've got
all
mortgage
the
on
remedy
every
provisions in our
foreclosed. We have an assignment of all the rents and all that, so we try to find somebody that can use those facilities. And, the last thing anybody wants to do is go sell a foreclosure fire sale, right? I mean, what we want to do is try to find a workout
My
situation.
primary question was, it's not us.
It's not.
It's not you. It's not you.
The Madam Chair would have to sign some documents.
So if I'm an investor, then I'm an individual investor, maybe some of these were sold to accredited investor or whatever, then I do have the chance or the opportunity to lose some of my principal.
Just like
Right,
any.
just like on any other, but that's disclosed in the
But
offering
it's
document.
not GameStop. So you're not investing in GameStop, but you believe in charter school education, and maybe you want to put a little of that action on a charter school bond that pays a little bit higher interest rate that you believe in, that's in your community, and maybe you don't want to have to put 100,000 in it, but maybe you're comfortable putting 10 or 15 or 20,000 or diversify. We certainly have individuals that want to do that have the wherewithal and knowledge.
One of the things I Edmund already mentioned the Exalt Academy where we did a tour of the facility in connection with the public hearing. And we actually said to one another, Ro was there as well, boy, it would be neat for the board to get to see some of the things that they're doing, because it's amazing.
It pulls on your heartstrings to see what's.
Yes. And the superintendent told us that for next year, they already have in their kindergarten class, 24 students that have enrolled that are siblings of existing students. So I think that's another indication of the success.
And it's totally, I think the kids you on the board, look at Arkansas Arts Academy. That you wrote there. Yeah, that's a total opposite of Exalt Academy in Southwest Little Rock. It's targeting really troubled kids. Arkansas Arts Academy is a music and art-based education that's inspired. You go up there, you just be amazed. You're not going to get that in a traditional public school. So this is a public school where the math is next to the art class, and they can synchronize the two of them. So these charter schools is getting outside the boundaries of what you're able to get in traditional public schools to be able to have different offering of education.
So Conway Christian, the resolution is surprising.
That's a private school.
It's private.
That's like your income.
But it's a kind of a merger. So the private schools obviously believe they also have an edge. They believe that they can provide something that is in addition to or a little bit different than a public school. And a charter school is the public school option that is comparable to a private school.
This has been very helpful. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, everybody.
Is Huntsville Creek supported by a religious institution? So is that a church? Is there somebody behind that that's going to ask you to follow private schools? And do you underwrite that, including that? Say it's First Presbyterian.
In some cases, some schools are like that. Conway Christian is an independent Christian.
Yeah.
But you talk about community support, they're building a new $5 million high school, and they've raised $4.5 million from the local community to pay for that. So we look at the community support, the enrollment.
Now, on the legal side, when there is an affiliation like that, that is one of the things that we assess and evaluate. So for example, Exalt Academy, which is the second resolution, their campus is currently the Second Baptist Church down on Geyer Springs. That's where they are operating their charter school, and they're going to purchase from the Second Baptist Church. So as part of our due diligence, when we're doing the tax analysis, there is a limit on the amount of religious affiliation and the use of those facilities in a way that generates what we would call private use. And so we do that analysis, and we would never bring anything to y'all that didn't satisfy the tax rules unless we told you we were doing taxable financing, and that would be kind of out of the norm.
Thank you, guys.
Great, are there any other questions or further discussions on this resolution as presented? Hearing none, since there are different resolutions, I'm going to go ahead and ask for a vote. In light of all of this discussion, I would entertain a motion to approve the resolution for the revenue refunding and capital improvement bonds for Conway Christian as presented.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? Ayes have it. That resolution passes. Thank you, Michelle, and I'll kick it back to you.
Okay, so for Exalt Academy, which we've already talked about, this is a traditional charter school in Arkansas. It is located down on 83rd Street off of Geyer Springs. It is structured as we discussed. You will have a first lien on the real estate. The primary source of repayment will be the lease payments, and the source of those lease payments that the charter school will pay come from the per pupil funding that they receive. The maximum principal amount in this instance is $1.5 million. The not to exceed true interest cost is 4%. Final maturity date will not exceed December 31st, 2026. So you notice this has a much shorter term than you typically see, but we do have a smaller principal amount in the first instance. Again, limited liability for ADFA. It's a special obligation. You're only what you have to do is pass on the loan payments. You don't have any other obligations on this. Cruz is the placement agent. We're bond counsel. Cross Gunner, Witherspoon and Gouches is assisting the borrower with some of their, the borrower being the charter school, with some of the real estate, because we are purchasing this campus with these proceeds. First Security Bank is the trustee. and we will have a single bondholder on this transaction and will be privately placed with First Security Bank.
Thank you. Any questions or discussions?
How long is this one?
How long has this one been in business, Edmund Exalt?
I believe 2009 was their first.
No, you're right, it is, it's 2009.
Michelle,
Well, I was gonna say, and as Edmund said, they don't just poof, we're here. So they have a plan, they start with a limited number of grades and then they build up. So they are in expansion mode to continue to increase the number of students that they serve.
just a quick technical question. If these were taxable bonds, any of these, would they still need an issuer? Would they still need ADFA to be the issuer? Or can they just go to the bank and borrow the money?
There is a way to do this. Certainly, there is a way to do it. Under Arkansas law, it's good to have an issuer because it helps us comply with our constitutional provisions with regard to the base source, which is the ad valorem tax proceeds. So the charter school can't directly pledge that. So it's, this structure gives us a lot of comfort under Arkansas law to make sure we've checked all boxes on both sides. And I have not presented to the Department of Education a financing that isn't a bond financing. I don't know if others have.
I'm just wondering why they couldn't just go to the bank and borrow the money if it's taxable.
This is tax-free, so it's a lot more efficient financing.
Right, but if it was taxable, would
It'd be a higher, yes, sir, it'd be a higher interest rate, and it wouldn't be as advantageous terms.
Eric, am I correct that there's a question on the Zoom?
Stephanie says I vote to approve.
Thank you, Stephanie. I'm glad to know that she's here. Okay, any further discussion on this resolution?
I need to make, I guess she's a guest. Let me,
Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion to approve the resolution as presented for Exalt Academy.
So moved.
I'll take that as a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it, resolution passes. Thank you, Michelle. Next, we'll go to the third and final resolution for board approval today. And I'll hand it over to Reference and Jennings.
Good morning, welcome. My name is James. I'm glad Michelle at first, she did all of it. This is basically around 30 previous to this one is $12 million refunding. A little bit of difference here. This is a straight refunding of, excuse me, so 2002, 2012 issues. So this will be issued in 3 series. The first series will be issued to refund some of the 2012 pay bonds, which were at the guarantee. Series B issue will be issued to refund the remainder of the Series 2012 pay bonds. The Series 2012 pay bonds and a couple of bank notes we have outstanding with 2 different banks. So First Arkansas Bank Trust and Southern Bank. And then there'll be a Series C, which is a taxable payable to cover any cost of issuance over tuition. 20-year maturity. This is a traditional charter school, so the revenues will come from state funds on a per-pupil basis. There will be a loan agreement to the owner of the facilities and a lease to the school itself. They're affiliated companies. All 501c3. And basically that's it. Otherwise, everything that they just said is true. So I'm glad everything.
Have the liability on this?
The liability is to add to 0. You're just passing on the loan language.
Well, not on the guarantee
Madam Chair,
portion.
with exception of the-
Yeah.
Exception to the guarantee fees.
Chuck, could you spend maybe 1 minute walking through with us? So we've got the ADFA guarantee on the bonds we're refunding, the ADFA guarantee bonds we're refunding. Okay, can you walk through that with us?
I said, what you asked earlier about the process, we take full line with RFP professionals on this. So sometimes we go a little deeper, but I like to look at the impact it has on the surrounding school districts as well and see of their test scores at all relate to the charter schools test scores and see what is still the community and again, the broader based community that it would be possibly wrong. But on the guaranteed side here, we're not supposed to be increasing our dollar exposure. So what we see on our books is currently $3.6 million, and that will remain. We have a maturity on that of 3037 that will remain on our portion of the guarantee. So out of the $12 million, we're only responsible for what we've been responsible for several years, and that's paid down to $3.6 million.
We're just rolling our guarantee into this new,
Yes.
not extending it out or increasing it or anything, right?
Mr. Arrington?
Yeah, I want to be very clear to any board members that have never dealt with the economic development guarantee as opposed to an AFA guarantee. Don't confuse this with a blanket general obligation of the authority or any of the balance sheet that the authority has. This is a pool that's set aside, rated separately, simply to take risks on economic development projects, charter schools, and other things to the board. Appropriate, but again, this is not a guarantee of the agency, it's a subset.
You're in the bond guarantee for it.
And Chuck, in that guarantee program that is guaranteeing this debt, so there are parameters that we've got in our, I guess, our rules and regulations here, our policy, that dictates the maximum amount that we can guarantee for any industry code. Can you walk through that with us?
20% of the lesser of $150 million or 10 times our reserve. And in this case, the $150 million is less than 10 times our reserve. So anyone, as a rule of thumb guideline, we adopted as part of policy from S&P is that we will not extend the loans to one borrowing group in excess of 20% of the $150 million capacity in any one license code, whether it's industry, whether it's a charter school, elementary school.
So our capacity right now with charter schools is roughly what percent?
We're running about, as far as that, about 7.5%.
Of the total capacity of the 150 million that you're talking about, right?
And it's
Okay.
currently 19% of outstanding guarantees of the program.
Okay. So what you're saying is that of the program, 19% of what we have outstanding is guaranteed charter school debt.
Right, whether it's elementary or secondary, those are two separate.
But we do have the capacity to guarantee additional charter school debt if we chose to,
Yes,
up to 20%, because we're only at 7.5%.
yes.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Before we vote, I feel like I may have missed something. I just want to make sure that Ms. Sweat and Ms. Gardner are able to hear and respond.
Show the screen. Yes.
Okay.
She had, for some reason, was a guest. I promoted her to a panelist.
Okay. And has Denise joined us as well?
I don't see her.
Okay. All right. I just want to make sure that all board members can be heard, those here and not. So, okay. Any further discussion on this resolution? Hearing none.
I'm sorry,
Go
one
ahead.
quick question. How many students are in this? Do you know?
Jacksonville Lighthouse is about 1,000.
Okay, thank you.
One final question for me too. So the only portion of this debt that ADFA would be responsible for would be the guaranteed series of bonds. The other series of bonds, we would have no liability, just like the other charter school financing,
That is
correct?
correct. The Series A bonds and the maximum amount of 3.6.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay. Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to approve the resolution as presented through the Jacksonville Lighthouse Charter School.
So moved.
Is there a second? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, the resolution passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, that is all for the new business. We will now turn to the committee meetings. First up, we will go straight into the Housing Review Committee. And with that, I will turn it over to Chairman Sims. Just a friendly reminder, Of course, we entertain and invite all comments from all board members, but those specifically voting for this committee are, of course, Chairman Mins, myself, Mr. Chadwell, Mr. Coleman, and Mr. Green. So, anything else? I'll hand it over to you, Seth. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can everybody hear me? Check, check. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the April 2021 Housing Review Committee meeting. And as always, the very first thing we want to do is take a look at last month's minutes. Has everyone had a chance to review the minutes from the March 18th Housing Review Committee? And are there any questions or corrections or comments? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve those March 18th, 2021 minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you very much. All those in favor of approving these minutes, please say aye. Anyone opposed? Minutes are approved. All right. You know, I like it when the agenda is a page long. It fires me up. So first thing we're going to do today is we're going to talk about Habitat for Humanity in Central Arkansas. They are wanting to get our help, and it sounds like something I'm interested in. Lori, would you pitch it to us?
I sure will. Okay, what you have before you is an action memo for Habitat for Humanity of Central Arkansas. They are seeking $528,000 in home funds to construct 4 affordable single-family homes in Pulaski and Lonoke counties. They are requesting $120,000 per unit in construction costs and $12,000 per unit for developer fees. As you recall, they were awarded funds previously in 2017, $1,188,000 to construct 12 homes in Pulaski County. 10 of the homes are complete, with the other 2 in process. They're expecting completion by May 2021. We also provided them with neighborhood stabilization program funds in the amount of $493,922 for Porter Cove project, essentially a neighborhood to put these homes on. They also did receive some funds through their Choto and put up 2 homes for $198,000 there. They are going to provide home match funds of $20,000 per home, and the houses are going to be 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 1,275 square feet, and they will meet the minimum design standards. Staff recommends approval of that.
Any questions for Lori?
I just second. I can't do anything about it.
Well, I'd entertain a motion for approval then.
I will move for approval.
Thank you. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor of approving this action memo for Habitat? Might be too close.
Well, definitely we appreciate it, but I think we need a second from all meeting member.
Oh, sorry.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, all those in favor of approving the action memo for Habitat for Humanity of Central Arkansas, please say aye.
Aye.
Is anybody opposed? All right, your action memo is voted on. Lori, it looks like you got another one.
I do.
Let's talk about Jonesboro.
Okay, Habitat for Humanity of Greater Jonesboro was awarded funds in June of 2017 in the amount of $1,188,000 to construct 12 homes for the low to moderate income families. This Habitat also applied in 2018 for NSP or Neighborhood Stabilization Program funds. Essentially to create a neighborhood park environment for all these families to reside. And we awarded them $346,802. So with the COVID, the process slowed down a little bit, so they're behind schedule. But they completed and closed on 2 homes. There's 3 more in process. But at the same time, what they have ran into is an increase in construction costs, shortfall of supplies. And so they came to us and they were wondering if we could assist further with the construction costs. And in their proposal, they said they would address the shortfall by the contract of reducing labor costs by $1,500 per home. Habitat donating an extra $705 per home. And they were requesting $18,000 in home funds per home for 10 homes, for $180,000. But because this really is no fault of their own, I was going to ask the board for consideration of perhaps funding the full $202,050 in the shortfall and hold them harmless for something that was out of their control.
Sounds like a reasonable request. Any questions for Lori? Anyone? Well, I would like to move for approval of approving it at $202,500 instead of the $180,000 in your board book. Anybody want to second that?
I would.
Got a motion and a second. So all those in favor? Yes, please do.
I want to be sure. So what, are we approving an increase of $1,188,000 by $200,000 total?
Yeah, by $202,050.
Okay, all those in favor of approving this action memo, but also increasing the limit from $180,000 to $202,500 for this Habitat for Humanity in Greater Jonesboro, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, you're on a roll, Lori. Looks like we got another one here. We're going to talk a little bit about possibly changing the way ADFA awards our per unit subsidy limit.
Okay, so at the last board meeting and at the special board meeting, there was a lot of discussion about increasing the maximum award limit from $450,000 to an amount I threw out at $2 million, and increasing the maximum per unit subsidy limits. I had initially proposed that $112,500 for a 0-bedroom, $135,000 for one, $157,500 for two, $180,000 for three, and $200,000 for four. But after listening to the discussion and the increases in construction costs, we met with the staff, HRC, and we thought that perhaps it would be best to just go with the 2020 maximum per unit subsidy limits set forth by HUD for our per unit subsidy limits. They just can't exceed it. It doesn't mean they'll go up to that. We still have the discretion, to decide if we would be over subsidizing any developer. All of that would still remain in place, but it gives us then the opportunity to fund projects that we might not be able to do so otherwise.
So Lori, these are Arkansas limits, not national.
They're Arkansas limits.
So this is a pretty significant change from the meeting that we had last week, like an increase of, well, almost 75–80% of the amounts we talked about last week. And there was a lot of discussion about it at the meeting, but I don't think there was a lot of agreement about it. And so we need to think through that. So I have one question. I don't know if you know the answer to this off the top of your head, but what's the limit? What would these limits be in Los Angeles, California? Do you know?
I don't know what they would be in Los Angeles, but I did provide some home limits in surrounding states. Tennessee, we're looking at a 0-bedroom at 83, 1-bedroom 95,199, 2-bedroom 115,763, 3-bedroom 149, 4-bedroom 164,390. Louisiana has 100,000 per unit maximum. Texas says you cannot exceed HUD's limitations established annually. Iowa cannot exceed HUD's limitations established annually. And Oklahoma also says you cannot exceed HUD's limitations established annually.
So 2 of the 4 states surrounding us are significantly lower than the limits that we're proposing to go to.
Yeah, they are.
And they're not that far off of where we are now.
Right.
They're a little higher than where we are now. So my concern about, so I try to educate myself a little bit about where these limits came from. So what I think I found, and you can correct me more than I'm wrong, but it's hard to dig into the file and stuff, is that HUD is supposed to establish these maximum subsidy amounts, and they haven't done so. So they defaulted to the maximum mortgage amounts under a mortgage program that we've had, people reference to us before. And if you go look at the limits established for 2020 in that mortgage program, what these are based on is the highest type of construction possible under that mortgage program, and it's condominium developments with elevators. I'm not sure the last time that we approved a new project with an elevator in Arkansas, but my point is, these subsidy limits are significantly higher than what we've typically been doing, and I think they're significantly higher than what we need to continue to support programs in Arkansas, because the way that I hear you describing it is that they are subsidy limits, not construction cost limits in this case. So someone can come in with a $500,000 unit project, just in an example, we can put up to $300,000 into it for a 4-bedroom project.
Not using the Home or National Housing Trust Fund dollars. These are specifically tied to the Home and National Housing.
I understand that. And so I'm not all opposed to raising the limit to $2 million for a project, if you will. But I think this is just a lot different than what we talked about last week. When you raise a limit, it tends to become what people go for,
right,
as opposed to a limit. And how many times have you heard the argument, well, it's within our limit?
Right.
So we know it's reasonable because it's within our limit.
Understand. And that is why I didn't want to throw out what I had initially proposed and put this. I think any increase would be appreciated and needed. So I guess I would just welcome any feedback and any increase that could be offered.
Well, I'm not opposed to increasing what we talked about in the Housing Review Committee meeting last week, I think it was. And I will say that when you look at the limits on this mortgage program, when you look at the limits for what they call affordable housing and what they call elderly housing, they're significantly lower than these numbers, like $24,000 a unit lower than these numbers today. And so I tried to educate myself a little bit about what would these limits be in other parts of the country. These really, Arkansas specific, and there's not a lot of variance anywhere in the country. And I think that in Los Angeles it's slightly higher, from what I can tell. And again, I'm willing to think that I'm wrong, but I think HUD's kind of taking a shortcut to setting these limits, and for us to rely too much on that shortcut without considering Arkansas specific situations would result ultimately in us being able to fund less units with the available home funds that we have. And I know that we historically have not necessarily used all those funds, but we're trying to get in a position to use them. And I would like to fund as many decent, affordable units as we can with the money that we have available, and spend all of it at a reasonable cost level. Some of these projects that we're seeing today, the costs are $100,000, significantly lower than these HUD subsidy limits. I would like to keep the money available for those things, or for similar things that are really cost effective. So I'm fine with raising the $2 million limit. I think that's a good idea. But I think that, and I'm fine with the limits that we talked about in the Housing Review Committee last week, because they're subsidy amounts, as I understand it, not project maximum amounts. But I'm not prepared to go beyond those numbers that we talked about last week.
So let's pull those numbers back out.
Okay.
From our meeting on the 5th.
They would be a 0-bedroom, $112,500, 1-bedroom, $135,000, 2-bedroom, $157,500, 3-bedroom, $180,000, and a 4-bedroom, 4+ bedroom, $200,000.
And those are subsidy. That's what the we could afford, so they can be better funds to start the project.
So if you're building a 4-bedroom house in Arkansas right now, Ron, what are you gonna run?
Depending on the size, obviously, so let's say that's 1,600 square feet on a affordable basis. Probably $130 a foot. I mean, I agree with standard play. I think we don't forget the word affordable is the key here. Because I think that if you don't watch it, you begin to get the prices high enough that developers will spend those for them, i.e. one. And I think that if we don't watch it, we push the affordability out of it and we begin to stack on things, and maybe we don't need to have safe, sanitary, decent housing. I think the numbers we proposed on the committee were fair, because it is a subsidy amount, and I think you can do that. We've seen it. We've seen the last 3 meetings, something's been approved for new construction on a single-family basis under these numbers here. Now, you're getting ready to hear from many about construction costs that have just blown the doors on some of this stuff. But I think this is a good start, and I think it's what it needs to be. I'm staying about the 2 million. I think that's fine. It gives more some room. I think those numbers are fair. I think the other thing we need to understand is we will not be flush with home funds forever. So I don't want to find something and pull it back. When we have a good project, we can't fund it, we give the money to others and make it more accessible.
So based on what I just heard Rod say, it seems to me that with a reasonable piece of land, you can build subdivision from scratch, put 4-bedroom homes in it, probably fund almost the whole thing. The cost.
From a cost.
$200,000, which is what we're after, is cost.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It doesn't seem that there's any need to make it any higher.
Y'all have seen all the articles, probably, if you read the Democrat Gazette, particularly in Northeast Arkansas versus Lately. There's been a big thing about affordable housing up there. It's just great articles. They were well done. If you'll notice, there's 2 or 3 of those builders up there that, are saying, well, we're getting affordable housing that's in the $180,000 range. Oh my goodness, 200. And they're striving to keep that number there, but they can do it. And people can. I think we've seen people do that just in the last 2 or 3 months. We get an application. We need an increase, but let's improve enough increase we could.
And is it correct that someone who had a project that justified higher than the new honestly, I said they could ask us for a waiver, and we could grant a waiver. So I'd rather work on an exception basis that's justified as opposed to, I got that much that I can spend. So that's what I got.
And the other item I just want to point out is that I did insert that the award amount may be reduced via notice of funding availability at any time. Yeah, because if we find out we're, I guess, getting a lot of applications and a lot of money is going out the door, we might want to reduce that award amount to $1 million at some point. But I think for now, I like that $2 million. Definitely support any increase.
And then the 2 million would apply to single and multi-family developments, where the maximum per unit was set only for single family. Is that correct?
No, this is for the multifamily as well. So right now, the multifamily, we're looking at the 90,000 per unit at that 450 award. So if they're building 3-bedroom units, then they could go up to that 180.
That's a big difference on a multifamily versus a single family.
I think that these limits from last month's meeting are appropriate for both. There are some projects that cost more. A multifamily project often has a lot of other expenses that single family home on a single family lot does not have. So those aren't really apples to apples, but I think in this case, I can live with. We need to increase these limits. I'm not sure, that 112 is enough for a studio, but if we have consensus, then I would entertain a motion to increase the limit to $2 million of home funds per project, increase the per unit subsidy of home funds to the numbers that Lori just gave us. Should I read them? $112,000 for a studio, $135,000 for a 1-bedroom, $157,000 for a 2-bedroom, $180,000 for a 3-bedroom, and $200,000 for a 4-bedroom.
There were some halves in there. Yeah, the efficiency was 112,500, and the 2-bedroom was 157,500.
So I think Ron makes a really valid point. I don't know how to address it today, but I've also been trying to educate myself about exactly what our responsibilities are in this area. And what I've found about these maximum per unit subsidy amounts is that what HUD tells us is that regardless of what they are, or committing funds to a project of participating jurisdiction, which I assume is us.
Yes.
Participating jurisdiction. Must evaluate the project in accordance with guidelines it is adopted, blah, 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 and must not invest any more home funds alone or in combination with other governmental assistance than is necessary to provide quality, affordable housing, and that is financially viable for a reasonable period. And that will not provide a profit or return on the owner's or developer's investment that exceeds the standard established. And before we award money, we have to make an examination of the sources used for funds for the project and a determination of the cost of it. As far as I can tell, that's all. That in mind. Talk about other things later.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I just want to say that I think that you're speaking specifically when it comes to home funds. Your statement is that our number one priority is to control costs.
Quality, affordable. So we have to make a determination of the cost of these.
And you're talking about home funds, that's what you were just reading.
That's what this, I think this applies to home and national housing. Trust. It also says, along with any other form of governmental assistance. So we have to.
And Seth, I just think we gotta be careful. I will build home apartments all day long at $180,000 a week. That's a big increase for multifamily. You know, that far exceeds what we have in the 9% around on a weekly basis. I think we ought to increase it for multifamily. Those are huge numbers. Big numbers.
Lori, if you were going to use home funds to piggyback off of another project, maybe a 4% tax exempt bond deal that incurs a lot more expenses per unit, what Rob was helping explain at our last meeting. I mean, that would increase the amount of money being spent per unit. And so it would be fair if our home fund limits could accommodate those programs as well as, you know, a straight 9% deal or just a Habitat for Humanity.
And someone can ask for a waiver when they have a cost justification for a waiver. And I think what Rod is saying, and I think you were probably saying that, is that once you set these caps, that becomes the target. As long as how many times have you been in a meeting and someone said, well, we're within your cap. So it must be reasonable because you told us we could spend that money. That's not what the caps are intended to be, but that's the way they get applied in practice because it's easy to do that.
So your heartburn is when we get to 3 and 4 bedrooms. Is that correct, sir? You're having difficulty with the 3 and 4 bedroom subsidy limits?
Well, I think all of the subsidy limits are too high on the multifamily. I mean, across the board, I mean, they just are. I mean, all we have to do is look at the facts. The facts are the last 9% round on what we approved. And I agree with 4% deals. I think we're going to be careful because I've been, other than RAD, we very seldom do a 4% deal. They're just hard to do in this state with the incomes that we've got. Now, will be some, but I think that he's right, only from the standpoint of I'll ask you for whatever I need. And the 9% deals is a classic instruction process of what people need to do a great job. And I think we're going to hear from Jim or somebody here today about how construction costs have gone up. I think that's what waivers are there for, and I don't disagree. But we're getting a lot of quality housing outside of these 1 or 2 or 3 RAD deals that we've talked about for months. That price is a lot lower than this. And if we raise that for those, we will tend to see creep up in that matter. I mean, you just will. But if somebody comes in with a RAD deal or 4% says, you know, I can do this deal in Texarkana, if I can do this. And I think we look at that and see what the facts are. But I don't want to taint the whole subject just because of those 1 or 2 deals. I'm sure open to those situations. But I think this thing is single family and multifamily. The numbers are not. I mean, everybody here has built a single family house. A multifamily, there's a total difference. I may or may not have a garage. You won't substitute. I mean, there's a lot of things there that add to it that come back and raise the costs.
And the projects that we've got before us today, I think one of them is multifamily and one of the rest are single family. They're all significantly more. Thank goodness. Congratulations to people that are doing them. Because, you know, they appear to be doing a good job with the money that we're asking for. And I like to keep as much money as we can available to help people like that with those successful projects and things. So, and it's supposed to be affordable housing. Affordable housing, not upper end class A multifamily apartment.
So is there a compromise to be had?
Mr. Chair, what if we approve the 2 million for multifamily and single family? We approve these numbers for single family residences today, and we take the multifamily limit under advisement and revisit that at our next meeting. Would that be satisfactory?
When you say these, John, come to the numbers.
112.5, 135, 157.5, 180.
I think it's fine, so that's like for Lori, Mark, and you guys to take those things and see what we have and what the average, what is the average unit that we're using cost wise, 150, is it 2,000, whatever it is, that would give us time. I agree, I think that's.
So we passed this, and the $2 million limit applies both to multifamily and single family, and it's fine. But the numbers that you gave us at the last meeting would be instituted for single family residences. And then at our next meeting, we'll look at multifamily residences and see if we want these same numbers or if we want to adjust those a little bit for multifamily. Does that sound like a fair compromise?
Yes, I think it sounds like a motion.
It is a motion.
All right. All right, we got a motion and a second to increase the per project home funds limit to $2 million and that's for both multifamily and single family. And in the single family realm, we're going to increase our per unit subsidy limits for a 0 bedroom or efficiency to $112,500. Of course, there is no efficiency home, is there? 1 bedroom, $135,000, 2 bedroom, $157,500, 3 bedroom, $180,000, and a 4 bedroom, $200,000 as they pertain to single family only. All those in favor of that long-winded motion, please say aye. Aye. Is anybody opposed? Okay, thank you, Ms. Brockway. I really appreciate your work on that. I think it's going to help get a lot of good projects over the hump. Okay. Well, Lori, did you want to talk anything about your home fact sheet?
Yeah, I did. At the special meeting, I think it was brought up about how we allocated the funds per year. And so this is part of our annual papers report. It just shows for 2021, our home budget will be $10,125,629. And then it just shows that 10% is admin, 30% of those funds go for new construction, rental housing, 25% multifamily, rental rehab. So you can look at this breakout and, perhaps at some time if we want to bring this back and look at whether you want to see different percentages of the annual allocation be changed, we can certainly discuss that.
Very good. Any questions for Lori regarding home fact sheet? All right, then let's move on. We got another action item today for Motley Heights townhomes and apartments, asking for $1 million in NHTF funds and $1.5 million in home funds.
Mr. Chairman, it's so dark in here and at my feeble age, I'm having a hard time seeing it. I'm gonna walk out to my truck and get some glasses. I'd
Yes,
like to hear this. If we can postpone for registering records, if not, I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. You guys want to hear a joke?
It's very dark.
You'll learn.
No, I'm struggling right now, Stan. Yeah, I'm gonna go get a better prescription for my glasses. Okay, we're gonna take a 5-minute break, everybody. And we'll return here in exactly 5 minutes from now.
Just a reminder during the break, everybody, microphones are still on.
Yeah.
It's a little dark. It's the ambience when you're eating.
I'm going to a cave.
I know. If they are, there's a lot of them right now.
They couldn't find the switches?
That's why I heard you say, it was just like it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought maybe it was for the covering purposes, that maybe the darkness, that's what I thought, but actually it's really dark with the Zoom too. Somebody will find the switches.
So you're up next. Let's see where she was sitting. Is she gonna? Yeah, where she's talking.
Smart
Flowing,
move.
flowing in our halos.
Smart move.
Rain. Rain. So the problem is going to be when you bring it back that you will have a full subsidy increase today. That is yeah, if it warrants, yeah. I think
How you doing? I'm good. You doing all the math while we just making notes.
that might be something that you
Watch
might want.
Did y'all identify any maintenance guys or anything?
That's school.
And then they gotta go to Congress. That was a tote board. Which would you rather? Would you rather lose by 25 or have to go back to? She's not right. I'm hungry too.
I am too.
These are.
and go on a search for the rest of the lights?
No, I think they're burned out.
They could actually.
I think some of
Because they
You think
haven't
they're
been
that-
using this place.
The only thing about it is
Well, there's no
It's a-
rhyme to how many, there's
Yeah.
two off there.
At
there's
first
one
you think
there.
there is, but then when you start looking.
There was a pattern, I'm like.
Yeah, that's what at first I thought there was a pattern. I was like, oh, wait a
well,
minute.
see, that's what I was looking at,
Yeah.
is that there's a group of 4 there and there's a group of 4 here.
Yep.
But then there's 5 right there.
And then there's 2 here.
Yeah, I think they're just burned out because no one's been using this.
But you
thing.
can see
Yeah.
the dark spot in that one. So I'm
So
pretty
it
sure
looks
that
burnt,
one's burnt out.
yeah. So maybe there's some that really are off and then others that are burnt out,
But the
Some of
switches
them
that are
are.
on, the switches that are on the walls, I've pressed all the switches and
Right, and so
they don't turn anything off or
Well, they
on.
wouldn't have them switch for these somewhere other than where the switch for the ones that are on. Why would they locate that in another room?
I think it's behind that railway.
Oh, could be. But they don't use this facility, you guys aren't using it at all?
Get shots, get flu shots.
Yeah, they did use it for flu shots.
For gatherings.
And it was dark and they were like, oh, that's not your arm.
Oh, I just gave you 2 doses,
Yeah.
right? You got your first and your last. I'll tell you what, I had the Dickens find in this building.
Oh, did
I said,
you?
I know that, well, it's because I was using the maps in the
Yeah.
iPhone.
Yeah.
It won't recognize the address. So I called and she said, if you use
Verizon
Google,
Way or something.
yeah, it will. It's calling it was like, there's no Commerce Way. There's a Commerce Street. And I said, I know that's not it.
We told you. They won't fix it.
Yeah. Google actually fixes, but you cannot use your iPhone. Yeah.
So I'm glad Google has finally fixed it. We told them over a year ago about it.
I worked here 20 years ago in one allied job. Hey, buddy, I'm in a board meeting. What's up?
Okay, everybody,
I'll talk to you after.
welcome back. Got your glasses?
Thank you,
You
sir.
ready?
You'll be old someday.
Yes, sir. All right, let's get back to Housing Review Committee for April 2021. Our next item of business was, I think Lori is going to introduce a project and some issues. And I think we might have a guest speaker for just a moment.
We do. Okay, so before you today is an action memo for Motley Heights Townhome Apartments.
Lori, can you speak a little more into the microphone?
I
The Zoom audience has mentioned they're having a hard time hearing us.
Really, I can't hardly believe that. Okay, so before you today is an action memo for Motley Heights Townhome Apartments. And I was going to be presenting this today with a request for 1.5 million in home funds, $1 million in National Housing Trust Fund, and 250,000 in finance adjustment factor and below market interest rate funds. However, Mr. Doyne, who's with us today, indicated that due to an increase in construction costs, he wants to withdraw the application today and come back next month with different numbers. So he's going to have to submit a revised application. So this action memo might look a little bit different next month. And Mr. Doyne, if you would like to just visit with the Housing Committee a little bit about the increases that you're experiencing, we'd appreciate that.
Welcome, Mr. Doyne. Can I call you Dexter?
Yes, you can.
All
Dexter
right.
is fine. Good morning, board.
Good morning.
Thank you for your time today. And first, I want to say it's been a pleasure working with your staff on this particular project. And as Lori said, I do want to do some revisions and hopefully resubmit it next month for your consideration. But I also been asked to kind of bring to you all's attention what is happening in the construction industry. A lot of Mr. Coleman has mentioned several things already. I am not only the developer of this project, but I also own Doyne Construction Company, which is the builder for the project. And not only have we built and developed projects for ourselves, we built other multifamily and single-family projects around the state for other developers. And there's a real phenomenon happening in the construction industry driven by what has happened with COVID-19 and disruptions and shutdowns in manufacturing. There's a global raw material supply issue. There's global freight and supply issues, production complications, weather events, material allocations, and just the demand outpacing supply. And all of these elements has contributed to a dramatic increase in pricing that has not only affected my projects, but several construction projects around the state and around the country. And just to give you an idea of some of the costs, and just even things on my projects, and I picked out a few things that you'll be familiar with. 2x4 studs, which is a staple in single family and multifamily construction. My inventory pricing when I originally priced my project for a single 2x4 stud, $4.59. Today, right now, that same 2x4 stud, $7.24. My quantity was 15,000. So $3 difference times 15,000, $45,000 in increase just for that one single item. Another item that is a staple is OSB material that's used for sheeting. A lot of people call it Blandex. It's basically chipboard with glue. And it is used for the exterior sheeting of the building as well as the roof sheetings. Again, my inventory price that I use, $13.19 per sheet. Today, my contractor's price for that same piece of material, $38.39. Your price as a retail customer would be over $40 for that same piece of wood. So with that kind of dramatic fluctuation in prices, it has caused pauses in construction projects where people are rethinking how to bring in their project successfully and within budget. And my plan, of course, is still to build this project, eventually 36 townhomes. But what I plan to do is go back and look at the forecast on what the pricing may be when I'm ready to break ground after hopefully my project is approved, as well as look at some cost saving measures on the project where I can take savings and apply to any increases that can't be overcome. One other thing I want to mention, we build single family and multifamily housing. And some of the contributing factors that escalate multifamily houses is not applicable to single families. For instance, now anything over 4 units, you have to have an automatic fire sprinkler system inside of the units. It's not applicable to single family housing. Another thing is when you have multiple floors, those floors have to have a minimum of 1 hour fire rating, where typically it's a combination of a gyp-proof material that suppresses the fire, but that is an additional cost for multifamily housing and single family housing does not necessarily have, because you have layers of people on top of each other. And other things such as fire-rated walls from foundation through the roof. So there are some elements in multifamily housing that is not applicable to single family housing that increases the cost. So right now it's just a phenomenon in the industry. Things are on allocation, as you mentioned, which means that if I order 5,000 sheets of OSB Blandex, the manufacturer and distributor may say, Dexter, you can only have 3,000 sheets because we want to have enough to allocate to other builders. We can't let you have what you need. And so that causes scheduling problems, production problems, which eventually cost someone some money, either time or dollars. This time I'll entertain any questions.
Well, I seeing no questions, I will thank you for sharing that with us. I want to second what you're saying. You know, construction costs are absolutely out of control. And it's getting worse and worse. And hopefully lumber will stabilize by the end of the year, right? But there's just no guarantee. It's some of the inherent risk in developing projects like these. I think unless you have something else you'd like to add, Dexter, then I'm gonna hand it back over to Lori.
No.
All right.
Nor done, and thank you for.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman,
Hopefully we'll see you next month.
Yes.
I was speaking with Mr. Dwayne. I was asking about his previous project, which I understand he's finished and is leasing up. Has done a great job. This right here is a classic case of what a good developer can produce with the right dollars from this organization. But please let me point out that he's at $110,000 a unit for 2 and 3 bedroom units. He's his own builder, which I think helps him with some of those costs, okay? But he's in a high cost area, Little Rock. He's got a unit that's 1,065 feet for a 2 bedroom and 13 for a 3, which are smaller than typical, but they're very doable and affordable product at $88 a square foot. But the average of 110, and he meets his debt service. Now today, that wouldn't work. And I think you're probably talking about a 20% increase at minimum that he would have to have. But even at that, that would put it at $132,000 for 2 and 3 bedroom units. I think this is a classic understanding of single family and multifamily differences. He was totally correct in most venues of things that raise the price of multifamily product. But this right here is a prime example of what we can get housing produced in the state of Arkansas by qualified and good developers that know what they're doing. And I thank you for that. But it just proves our point to some degree without the cost increases, that this can be done. And again, this is not in maybe a smaller city where land would be a different price range. But thank you. And this to me, I want you to look at because it proves our point that I think we can get affordable housing in Arkansas for good quality developers at a fair price to all of us get what we need in this situation. So I commend you, sir. Thank you for bringing this, and I hope you do bring it back. I mean, if something does settle down, you can do it. I hope you're right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dwayne. So while we're on the subject of construction costs, we might ought to bring up the fact that what's may be happening in Arkansas, it's certainly happening in surrounding states, is some of the projects that we funded last year are now having trouble because construction costs got away from them. They got everything bought out. And so we need to think about what we can do to address that. I've asked for a few examples. One I heard that was interesting is that some states would make a set aside, maybe a 10% set aside of their annual allocation, just in case there's some project that gets caught in a construction cost issue like that, because none of us can afford to have the project fail or not be financially feasible. So there's got to be a backstop, and it's not their fault that construction costs are rising so quickly. So not looking for any action, just wanted to throw that out there. We're going to have to deal with it very soon, I think. Any comments on construction cost issue? All right, you guys are so quiet today. Okay, let's talk about what we want to change in our homebuyer program policy manual. Ms. Brockway.
Okay, so TDA Consulting, Steve Latham provided us with a template of items that we needed to address, look into for our home buyer program. And so with this action memo, it's intended to clarify program policies, procedures, and establish limits that weren't established before. I think the program will operate in a much better manner. So if we want to go through those one by one, is that how you would like to do it, or?
Well, Lori, what does your instinct tell you would be the best
Well,
way?
I guess I think like to go through them. Some might garner more discussion than others, but the first one is the maximum home assistance available for a buyer is up to 10% of the current Arkansas homeowner sales price limit. That was one item we had discussed at the special meeting maybe looking at that 10% mortgage subsidy. And then we talked about that 23,800, but I thought with that home ownership sales price limit, it could increase, decrease. If we just stated that we would do 10% of that, that would be an acceptable amount. Currently, it's set at that 14,999 or 20% of the purchase price. Did we want to discuss those one by one, or did you want me to go through them and then discuss them all at the end?
I would entertain a suggestion.
Go through. Okay.
Please proceed.
And then the second one, the buyers cannot purchase a home that exceeds the fair market value as determined by a third-party appraisal in the Arkansas homeowner sales price limit. Before, it just stated the Arkansas homeowner sales price limit, so we wanted to add that other criteria in there. Buyers must obtain a senior mortgage that meets responsible lending, and the monthly housing expenses do not exceed 28% of the buyer's monthly income, and monthly housing expenses is at least 20% of their monthly underwriting income, or the first mortgage is limited by loan to value ratio and not the buyer's capacity. The total debt burden back end ratio is not in excess of 43%. Our home buyer policy said home program assistance may not be less than a junior position to a private lender financing as long as the combined loan to value did not exceed 100%. ADFA at its sole discretion may grant exception to this policy. The next bullet is total monthly debt related expenses, including car payments, credit card debt payment may not exceed 43% of monthly gross income. In our manual, really didn't address the forgivable part. They just discussed qualify for a repayable loan. The homeowner must meet the following criteria, but we did have the 43% of the monthly gross income in there. The next bullet point was buyer must invest liquid assets in excess of $25,000 toward the purchase price of the home before receiving home assistance. We did not have a policy in place, and we do need to have one in place. TDA recommended that 25,000, but certainly that can be adjusted higher or lower. But basically, the intent is if they have assets available to help with the purchasing of that home, that we would expect that they do so and not use federal funds for that. The next bullet was buyers must have one time their total monthly housing assistance payment in reserves after closing. We did not have a policy in place. Steve recommended 1 to 3 times. We inserted 1. That might be something that you want to discuss. Buyer must participate in pre-purchase homeownership counseling within the last 12 months prior to closing. We just had stated in our manual that the home buyer will be required to complete a home buyer education course and didn't have an established time frame. We're also looking to add first mortgages must meet the requirements of the Consumer Protection Financial Bureau. Interest rates cannot exceed 2% of the above rate offered by ADFA single family mortgage program. Must be a fixed rate loan over a fully amortizing 30-year term and allow a loan to value ratio of at least 95%. We did not have a policy in place, and the interest rate that cannot exceed 2%. I did discuss that with Rowan, and he thought that that was a fair amount. And then the next bullet point was ADFA will not allow for cash out refinancing unless it is to complete repairs or make improvements to the home. Right now we have ADFA permits refinancing only to allow the owner to obtain a lower interest rate and subsequent lower mortgage payment. Subsequent mortgage must be fixed rate and fully amortized. Owner cannot receive cash proceeds from the transaction, and total indebtedness does not exceed 95% loan to value. So we would just add that top bullet and clarify that a little bit more. I'll entertain questions on this.
So are you, if I'm understanding correctly, we pretty much have to adopt these changes?
Yeah, we need to have some established policies in place, and right now, you know, it's, yeah, we have to adopt.
So our recommended policies are basically just bringing us in line with the requirements. So
Yeah.
there's some things we may have a little judgment on, but generally all you're doing is bringing us in line with what we have.
Right, right. So some of the things, Stan, that you could look at, that 25,000 in liquid assets, do you want to increase that or decrease? Or do you want them to have more than 1 times their mortgage payment in the bank account upon closing? Do you think that they should have more? So those are a couple of the items that you could look at adjusting and thought that was necessary.
Can you, just for education purposes, can you give us an example of how this would work in practice? I mean, who's gonna come in and ask for this money? How do they ask for it? Is this a community put together program? How does the program work?
Okay, so this is that single family new construction with mortgage subsidy. So it would be, for instance, Rock Island Development, Economic Development Group that came to us for assistance for 5 home buyers. Then we're gonna tell them, this is the criteria that your home buyer has to meet. And then we provide them with the underwriting spreadsheet, so they determine what amount up to that 23,800 that home buyer qualifies for.
So does the home buyer also have to meet certain income limits?
Yeah, they have to be below that 80% AMI.
Below 80%. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Look, with the 25, is that pretty typical for a buyer to invest liquid assets in excess of 25 before it's a purchase? I would say that a home buyer in the regular home would have a hard time coming up with the 25,000 if in fact they needed a home. Is that real? I mean, I don't.
Okay, so this is for home buyers that are sitting there with 50,000 in their bank account. And they're coming to us requesting a mortgage subsidy. We're gonna tell them they have to buy down that mortgage with that extra 25,000 they have before we're going to provide them mortgage subsidy assistance.
So is that relative to what everybody has to match? If I only had $20,000 in bank and I came to you, could you waive that, or is it hard $25,000?
Well, then if they only have 20,000, then we're not even gonna look at what their liquid assets
It's
are.
what's in excess. I read it
Yeah.
backwards too. It's what's in excess of 25,000 that will be used for it.
Yeah.
The first time I read it completely reversed too. So.
And quite honestly, I don't feel it's going to come into play too often with the low and moderate income
No,
buyers.
that makes sense.
But we did run into a situation where we had a household that had a deceased spouse and received an insurance settlement. And so it is something that we need to address. I felt like 25 seemed like a fair amount. Steve, or TDAs indicated 25 to 40 was a typical amount set forth. But my personal feeling is that if we're using federal funds, we should be mindful of that amount.
I think so, but I think we also should let people keep something in savings.
Yeah.
You know, and not have to exhaust their savings to buy a house.
Right.
Like the thing about the low environment, I said one time for total monthly house, we were talking about a house at what, $1,200 or something. Got to 25. Is that enough? One time the house payment to having reserves, I just.
And the recommendation from TDA is 1 to 3, so
1 to 3, what?
times their monthly house payment.
Imagine if you, say, $1,200 or something like that, I'm just trying to come up with that.
So
That's not very much to have in the bank, which I know we're trying to help, and I'm thinking, wow, that's.
No, but there's a lot of, yeah, but there's a lot of people that 8%, $1,200 is a lot of money.
You know, I agree, it's just, we're putting them in a bind, we're in this 1 month, I agree, I mean, I'm okay with that. I just seem like, the two seem to not work together.
Yeah.
Well, you know, the 25 is that limit, but then I consider one time. I just think, you know, $1,200 for somebody who's at 80% of the AMI can be a lot of money to have in, and we up it to 2,400. That might be a challenge in some of the rural communities. AMI in different places.
Absolutely, no, it fluctuates.
Yeah.
I would like to make a motion to accept these recommendations.
Do I hear a second? Further discussion?
I'll second.
All right. Thank you, Stan. We have a motion and a second to approve Lori's recommendations. That's Lori and PDA's recommendations. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, Lori.
Thank you.
Yeah, winner today. All right. Also, I wanted to talk about, just kind of make sure everybody knows what I've been thinking regarding the QAP this year. It sounds like we're going to have some significant changes, at least a significant modification to rental rate impact, and other items, which I believe necessitate us completing our QAP a little earlier than we have the last couple of years. Because if there are significant changes, the developers need time to, to model those and to figure out how to find projects that will fit within those boxes. So I would propose that in May, we start discussing potential changes to the QAP. Staff put together a few ideas here. I think each board member has it before them. It says 2022 QAP potential changes. These are just ideas. And if you could mull those over and come back ready to talk about it in May. And I would also like to propose that we finalize our QAP by the August board meeting. It's supposed to be September. Typically, the last couple of years, we've been a couple months behind that, if I recall correctly. But I feel like getting it done by August this year is the right move. Any discussion before I change topics?
So we may want to consider a separate
Absolutely.
Committee for that too. I mean, I think this, you're right. It doesn't need to be reviewed, no changes need to be made. And this is going to take some time, which should. But if you so choose as chairman, I would support that. Had to do that, take 2 or 3 hours to do that.
And would we do that in May?
Good. The afternoon before the normal board meeting or something like that, whatever fits the room. I'm just saying, I think it demands more time to let everybody sit here while we debate some of those issues.
Absolutely. Yeah, so again, we'll need to form a subcommittee of housing review this year to study the QAP and recommend changes to the committee and full board. So we'll get staff to, try and coordinate everyone's schedule and perhaps shoot for the next time we meet, getting together before or after.
So I'm clear, whenever you say subcommittee, you're intending for it to be just a separate meeting of the Housing Review Committee, or are you wanting volunteers from the Housing Review Committee to form a subcommittee? I have a
Why don't we just bring
recommendation.
the housing review committee and not create
That's what I would recommend.
another animal for it.
I agree.
That's okay.
Yep.
And then we make those recommendations. That's okay.
That's fine with me.
Okay, it's okay. I just don't need another committee.
Oh, come on.
Okay.
You love committees.
Let's have
Okay.
let's have a lunch committee.
That's a good idea. Let's just call a special housing review committee meeting in the month of May. We'll try and make it as convenient as possible, and we may require a second. We're going to take public input as well this summer. So it's on the forefront of my mind, and I want to make sure that you're thinking about it as well. All right, so.
Yes, Seth, I would just say, I would give yourself a little flexibility. I wouldn't set this special meeting the night before, the afternoon before. I'd give yourself a little bandwidth in there just because you may not have everything sorted out. This is sort of sticky wicket, but I mean, that's just, I'd give yourself, that's just my opinion. And I'm not on the committee, so.
Well, the state pays us so much money to come down here and do this, that I hope we get 2 or 3 more trips that are separate so we can enjoy.
See, I know, I get 27 cents.
We can enjoy that extra income, since.
Well, and of course, this special meeting wouldn't be to finalize anything. I mean, it's just to start a conversation, and certainly I think we should just give deference, because I think Mr. Coleman, I don't know who drives the furthest, but I know you've got a 3-hour drive, and so the day before is easiest for you, we'll just, whatever.
Ron's got about an hour drive before you drive.
What?
I'll
You
give
only
you,
get so much a mile, so you make a mile quicker. You understand?
all right, so So,
I was thinking you do it by Zoom, but I mean, I'm not trying to jam you.
I'm so tired of y'all doing that, but I'm coming there to meet with somebody. It's very hard.
Rob just wants lunch, so.
Yeah, I just want lunch.
Make the dollars work. All right, well, we'll figure it out.
Whatever we do, I just think that would be good. Not pressure anybody sitting in the meeting to have to say, get all that one.
Absolutely. So Lenita, you gonna take care of that? Organize schedules for a special meeting of the Housing Review Committee to discuss potential changes to the QAB for 2022. Okay, next on our agenda, we are gonna talk about, I tell you what, I'm gonna skip one down and let's talk about Sunset Terrace, if you don't mind. Okay, so for those of you who missed the last special meeting of Housing Review Committee on April the 5th, I shared with those present that I have had a revelation, so to speak. It's an epiphany perhaps, but it goes like this. We live in this world of 9% and 4% low-income housing tax credits. That's what we do. That's what we think about. That's, you know, the main thing we do. And we pretty well, I think most people have got a good grasp on the difference of the 9% and 4%. They are different, but they're both low-income housing tax credits. And, you know, the low-income housing tax credit world is really shooting for the 50 to 60% average median income folks. That's who LIHTCs typically serve. There are some programs that let you go up to 80. But I would say the bread and butter of low-income housing tax credits is a 50 to 60%. You think that's right, Lori? Okay. And so there's this other animal out there that I kept trying to fit into my understanding of the 4% and 9% realm, and never could get my arms around it. And the reason, turns out, is because it's really not like a 4 or 9% deal at all. It's a HUD deal. When HUD, Housing and Urban Development, gets involved, things change. I mean, it is a huge bureaucracy. They have got, you know, lots of people, lots of regulation, lots of overhead. It's just very different than dealing with a state agency, so to speak. And HUD is who is in charge of our public housing stock. You know, most of the public housing that we have in this country was built after World War II. There was a huge push around 1968 to 1974, where most of the affordable housing towers that you see were constructed. But you don't see much public housing after that, as it's a difficult program to fund. And, you know, HUD does not require reserves of their public housing stock. You know, in the world of apartment development, you always put reserves. So that if there are repairs in the future that need to be made, you've got the money in a reserve account that you can make those repairs immediately, instead of if you didn't have the money and the need for the repair just caused more and more damage, let's say a leak or whatnot. So you've got to be able to repair it quickly. So we have reserves. But in the world of HUD, turns out they didn't have any reserves for all these units of public housing. And so what happens when something breaks? They find the cheapest way possible to fix it. They defer the maintenance as much as possible because there's no money. And so what's happened now after many, many years is we've come to a place where they have, you know, a couple of years ago, 3-4 years ago, it was $68 billion of deferred maintenance that needed to be done in public housing stock. And what that means when you're talking about deferred maintenance for decades, the quality of the living unit goes down dramatically. You just imagine. And when the unit is not being taken care of properly, that leads to an unhealthy environment for the occupants. We always say warm, safe, sanitary. Well, let me tell you what, public housing does not meet those criteria many times. I've toured 7 public housing projects in Little Rock and North Little Rock in the last couple of weeks. And I'm telling you guys, a lot of it really is just about squalor. I mean, I've seen children living with rodents. I've seen just really dirty, disrepaired, doors that don't work, windows that won't shut right, terribly inefficient energy-wise, and all these units have something in common. These affordable housing, these public housing, if you will. 75% of the occupants are single mothers. And so you take a single mother and you take a scenario where you've had decades of deferred maintenance. And what has happened, not our fault, but what has happened is we've got, thousands of kids in this state living in unsafe conditions the problem is there's no way to fix it. Nobody has come up with a solution. And so the problem continues. And so HUD came up with a program a few years ago called RAD, the Rental Assistance Demonstration Program, which was their fix for deferred maintenance. And to put it briefly, it's basically kind of semi-privatizing public housing, which I think is a good thing. I often see that private businesses run more efficiently than government enterprises. So I think that's a good change. RAD basically, among other things, allows for some very creative financing mechanisms. It's some very creative financing, if you will. But Congress has come up with and approved, the IRS has approved this method of having a seller take-back note that is considered owner equity instead of a liability to be paid in the future. And therefore, that cost must not be considered, in my opinion, when you're looking at cost caps per unit. That seller take-back note is simply a mechanism by which you can leverage more tax credits into the project. And I didn't understand that before. I had a hard time understanding why they said it was a seller take-back note, but nobody would tell me that they were going to pay it back. And it took me a long time to understand it. But I do now, and if anybody has questions, you want to talk further about it, I'd be happy to. But let me just say, I'm over that hump. That should not be considered. So in a HUD deal, it's so very different from what Rod used to do or what Mr. Petty does. It's a whole different animal. And there's no money to fix it, and these people need help. So feds step in, they give us the RAD program. The problem with RAD is when you look at the cost per unit, the numbers are jarring. I mean, I'll give you that. First time I saw it, I didn't know what to say. But as I've learned more and more about the program, I understand now that a large portion of those costs are really unique to the nature, if it's a 4% tax-exempt bond deal with the rental assistance demonstration program on top of that, excuse me, that turns into something very different. And though I think that our cost cap discussions are very appropriate, and I know that you guys know that I am serious about not having a bunch of waste or fraud in this program. I think I've been there for a long time. Problem is, when it comes to a HUD deal or a RAD deal, it's not the same argument. It's not even the difference of apples to oranges. It is a completely different thing. And so here we have, I've been allowing us to talk about these HUD deals like they were 4% or 9%. And I've allowed this discussion to go on about cost caps and these public housing issues. But let me tell you, when the housing authority is involved, HUD's involved, HUD has prescribed a method by which we can help these people. And then we say, well, that sounds like too much money to us. We effectively get in the way of the only hope that I see for these children and these families of getting safe, decent, sanitary housing. And, I apologize for that. So what we need to do is we need to have a discussion where we all understand what you know about 4%, 9% deals. I'm asking you to set that aside for a minute while we talk through how this deal in particular works. I want to talk about Sunset Terrace because this is a deal that our Housing Review Committee voted not to approve. And in retrospect, I feel like now that I understand the program, I should have done a better job of advocating for this project because I believe it should have been approved. But that's on me. So I thank you all for letting us look at this project again. And because though I have, a position and some knowledge in here, sometimes it's hard for me to get it out. I don't like the fact that sometimes I just fail to communicate effectively, especially when we get into really technical issues. And so because of that, I'm gonna ask, we got a person in the audience here named Jim Petty, who is a lot better at explaining this stuff than me. So I'm going to defer to him whenever I can't answer the question. If that's okay with the board.
Just to be clear, he's a developer?
Yeah, Jim Petty is a developer, but he only does 9% deals. He doesn't do 4%. He is a developer. Yes, sir. Oh, yeah. He's a good one. I like, it's been a big asset for me, for this board, for this community, for me to learn and be taught. And so I'm still not there yet where I can say it all on my own. So I've asked Mr. Petty to help me explain some of the differences in this current application that's before you for Sunset Terrace as opposed to the previous one. Let me briefly say about this project. I've been there twice. I've been in the units, I've met people. I've met the maintenance staff and the manager and this particular property, I believe, was built in the late 40s originally. And it's in really, really, really bad shape. And it has certain aspects that make it more expensive to develop than a typical project. I mean, every project is different, but this one in particular has a large amount of extra expenses that are not normally incurred in a more typical development. For example, they're gonna have to pull out all the utilities and put in all new utilities. These are really old lines. And the difficulty there is it's a terraced site, meaning that it's kind of steps down as it moves to the west. And that's expensive to deal with. Flat is so much less costly than a hillside or a terraced situation. There's also a major amount of remediation that has to be done. Very expensive to do it right, to do it the way that the government prescribes that we do it. It adds quite a bit of cost. And so I think what you'll see is that no, it does not fit within the confines of our normal conversations, which revolve around 4% and 9% deals. But the reason why it should never been in that conversation. It's completely different. So Derek, do you have something for the applicant?
John Lardhall, is that?
That's him.
You've got me and Brian and Erjan, our architect, and Tom, our director of pre-construction.
So Seth, did you want us to say a few words or?
Yes, sir. This is your chance to present.
Well, yeah, no, I appreciate the intro there, and I appreciate the board allowing us to bring this back for reconsideration. We were tasked with two things at the last meeting. I think it was board member Coleman that felt that the deal was just too rich, and we understood that. We didn't know exactly what that meant as we were trying to follow the QAP and those guidelines, but we went back and looked at the soft costs, and those are the costs that we can control in a transaction like this. And so, we followed that direction, and the revised look here takes any of those soft costs out of the soft costs, largely developer fee, puts it back into the hard cost of the project. The second direction we got at the last meeting was not reducing the scope. And quite honestly, in order to get to an efficient cost number that I think some of these board members want to see, we would have to do such a scaled down version, more of what we call a lipstick and rouge renovation, that no one around the table was comfortable or happy with that. We're trying to set the reset button and really gut these places and make it, like new construction, and make it last for the next 30 to 50 years. And quite honestly, we've sat down with the mayor and we sat down with the governor, and they gave us that same direction that the ADFA board did at the last meeting. They don't want to see, and the governor personally went out and visited this site as well, was adamant about not scaling back the renovation scope. So that put us a little bit in a box, to be honest with you. The other thing that happened also since the last presentation we made is our bids came back, and we have third-party bids from every subtrade, and the numbers before you in our current application, you can see them on the right-hand side of your screen right now, reflect actual hard bids from third-party subcontractors. These are not pie-in-the-sky guesses at what our costs are going to be. This is what the costs are based on our required competitive bidding process. We don't self-perform any subtrade directly. So these are all locally based subcontractors and their bids reflected in these numbers. So what you'll see, the major change from the last time to this time is going back to the drawing board, looking at the commentary that we received from Rod Coleman about the richness of the soft costs, and redirecting those soft costs into the hard cost budget to maintain scope based on current bids. That's basically the major change.
I'm sorry to interrupt. We can't sign things. What can we do about that, Derek? Can you blow it up some?
No.
That's a no, or I don't know.
No, you cannot. That's,
All right.
that is.
Well, what do you think about maybe?
There it is. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So the other thing I wanted to say, just sort of as an introductory piece, and then we can kind of get into more detailed questions and answers. And I've got folks from our underwriting team, as well as folks from our construction team that and design team that oversaw the bidding process. Board Member Coleman, I heard what you said about the previous developer and sort of that model of efficiency that he brought forward in the project before us. And I commend him for that as well. But just because a project like this is expensive doesn't mean it's not important to do. And there are costs that we're dealing with here that I would venture to guess that the previous developer is not. I would want to know, what is his relocation budget under the Uniform Relocation Act? Probably zero. What are his bond issuance fees? I don't know if it was a 4 or 9% deal, but if it's a 9% deal, there are no bond related costs. What are his Davis-Bacon costs? All of these RAD transactions have to follow Davis-Bacon and use Davis-Bacon wage rates in our bidding process. That drives up costs pretty significantly. In this case, about $600,000. What are his Section 3 requirements? We're required to go out and engage minority subcontractors. And we have minimum requirements both from HUD and from the Housing Authority to engage small locally based minority subcontractors under the Section 3 program. That's all layered in here as well. About 80% of our contracting work here is going to locally based minority subcontractors. Demo and abatement. What were his demo and abatement costs? If he's doing ground up new construction, that's zero. What are his HUD required capitalized reserves? Probably zero if he's not doing a HUD deal. So, these things all add up and make a project look less efficient, more expensive, makes it look like the developer's not being diligent, but the opposite is true. All of these costs on the sheet before you, over $90,000 a unit in costs, are really unique to the project type that we're dealing with. They're either related to the federal government requirements of Davis-Bacon wages, paying Section 3 subcontractors, following the Uniform Relocation Act, doing abatement, or they're HUD required reserves or infrastructure costs that we're having to absorb based on taking a very old physical plant and making it new again on a very large site. So, I guess I would argue that, is this a model of efficiency? No. But if we want to do this right and do it the right way, this is how it should be done. We've done our part by going back and saying, Mr. Coleman, you're right. Maybe our developer fee shouldn't be over $3 million for 87 units, even though we're following the QAP to a T. Our developer fee today is a fraction of that, and it's much lower than even your current QAP guidelines. We've got 7.3% where the QAP allows for 15%. And so we've gone back and tried to, we carved back on the architectural fee as well a little bit, made some other changes too. Our profit and overhead are below QAP requirements also. We've done that. We've tried to make it less rich in the comments that we received, and we did not reduce scope at all. We maintained scope, and our costs are what they are. I feel very strongly that what you have before you is going to be an award-winning gut rehabilitation that everyone in the community is going to be proud of. Is it going to be expensive? Yes. But the tax credit equity investor is paying most of that cost anyway. And these are costs that even if we knock this place down, we would still incur demolition, relocation, abatement costs. There are just some things you just can't avoid. And once these public housing developments are redeveloped, we went through this in the state of Arizona too, where we've repositioned almost the entire public housing portfolio in that state. There's still more to do, but we've gone through about 75% of it. And the big concern is, okay, these projects are expensive, they're taking up allocation. Now in this case, this is a non-competitive 4% allocation. But once they're redeveloped, they're done. You can move on and really focus on the production of the 9% more efficient ground up new construction type projects. So there's very little I can do about the inefficiencies and the costs. We're making up for the mistakes of the past, quite honestly, all of us, in doing this work. But it's hard work, it's complicated work. We're very good at it. We've been doing it for decades. We're well respected by HUD and all the players involved. The housing authorities all over the country are working with us. And we try and be diligent as much as we can on costs, but there are a lot of costs we just can't control. And so I would just ask that you really think about the scope of what we're doing here, the importance of needing to reposition housing of last resort, quite honestly, for some of the lowest income residents in Arkansas. And I can tell you when we're done, you're all going to be proud of the final product. And it's going to be a sustainable product with well-capitalized reserves. It's going to be professionally managed by our company and a third party for-profit sort of mentality. And it's a strong public-private partnership that is really going to work well long-term. So I guess that's all I have to share, and would be happy to answer questions that you all might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Swanton. Before we go to questions, let me remind everybody that public housing, rental assistance demonstration programs, those are targeted at folks that are 30% of the area median income or below. And after touring 7 of these properties in the last couple of weeks, I can tell you, it looks to me, it's like it's well below 30% in many cases. These are people that don't have a way to, the other 25% that aren't single mothers, mainly elderly, ton of them. And so I just wanted, that's another huge difference. If we're talking about 30% AMI, that's who we're trying to deliver housing to. Completely different conversation from those that make 50 to 60% or more of the average median income for the area. So with that, I would like to entertain some questions. George?
Yeah. Seth, could you have them put back up the cost one, the slide that had the cost?
The bond related and HUD cost, or
No,
the previous to?
The one that had all the other stuff they had to do, like the streets and the sewer.
The next one, John.
Yeah. Okay, now we can enlarge that, whoever's magically doing all that stuff for us old people.
Yeah, and keep in mind on this chart, the seller carryback note was brought up. Just a reminder that seller carryback note is not a real cost. It never gets paid. It's simply a mechanism to generate equity from the tax, to sell to the tax credit investor. And so, when you look at the total cost, you should start with the assumption that $39,000 a unit is not real. It's not a cost. It's not an actual expenditure or a user of resources. It's simply a mechanism to generate resources for all the other costs. So our costs are really $39,000 per unit less than what your TDC looks like on the forms.
So if you subtract the $91,000 of costs that are particular to this deal / a HUD/RAD deal, there are $91,000 per unit that you can subtract from your $277,000 per unit to say the real cost here, hard and soft, that is not specific to this project nor HUD/RAD, is $186,000 per unit. Mr. Coleman. Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Green.
So you said this is geared toward people that are 30% AMI?
Yes, sir.
So there's a schedule that we were provided that says proposed rents and income targeting. Trying to read it in the dark, but I think I found it. It says 8 of 87 units are targeted at 30% AMI and 79 are targeted at 50 to 60%.
I see what you're saying.
So you said we ought to have a different conversation, 50 to 60% AMI, so I wasn't sure I had the right.
Yeah, thank you for that. What I was saying about 30% below, that's the folks that are there. They have vouchers that, and I'm going to need someone more articulate than me to explain how it works, but they get a better place to live without their rent going up dramatically because they are using vouchers. Brian, can you explain that better than I just did?
Yeah, well, I think you explained it quite well, actually. So the income targeting is sort of the maximum allowed income at the project, no matter what, right? But who lives there are actually folks that are below 30% of AMI. So the only funding source that requires us to specifically house people at or below 30% is the National Housing Trust Fund. That comes with a 30% AMI income targeting. In terms of public housing, which this currently is, HUD requires deep income targeting there too, in terms of 50% and below is the primary target in public housing. The reality, though, as Seth said, is that the average income in this development is about $12,000 a year. That's the average household income. And he's correct that there's a very high percentage single parent households. There's a very high percentage of disabled households and elderly households, obviously on fixed incomes and very, very low fixed incomes. So, the average incomes of these public housing developments is well below 30%, probably around 20% of the area median income in most markets. But the income targeting is legislated by the funding sources. So the tax credits would be at 60%, right? That'd be the maximum for the 4% credits. The National Housing Trust Fund requires 30% AMI targeting. Home funds requires some 50% AMI targeting. So that's why in the spreadsheet you have 30, 50, and 60% of AMI. And that's good too, because if you have a household that makes 30% of AMI, and we work with them through family self-sufficiency type programs and get them better employment, better training, better job training, and their income starts to increase, they don't lose their housing. They start paying more rent and their subsidy pays less. But the flexibility that they can stay, up to and even beyond 60% of median income as their income grows is actually a good feature.
So just to make sure I understand this, there's a provision that I saw somewhere that people can be permanently relocated from the project. So how does all that work out? How many people living there now are likely to end up living there when this is completely rehabbed?
Right.
I'm gonna let Brian answer that, but let me tell you something I learned I did not understand. But for some of these people, if they get displaced, they get a voucher from the government that they can take anywhere. And so some people, want to be displaced. I may not be saying that right, but it could lead to them finding better housing. Living at Sunset Terrace is not a pretty thing. Brian, do you think you could do a better job of answering Stan Green's question?
No, and again, you did a great job. I'll just supplement it. But, and it's an excellent question. And it's one of the biggest challenges in these types of developments is relocation, because especially when you're doing gut rehab. And the tricky part that under the HUD rules, under RAD rules, the residents have a legal right to return to the project when it's finished. Okay. And what we find is that roughly 50% of, on average across the country, of residents that live in public housing that are going through gut rehab choose to come back. The other 50% choose not to come back for lots and lots of different reasons. Number one, all of them are offered portable vouchers, okay? And that is freedom that they don't currently have. Right now, they're locked into public housing. They can't take that subsidy and go anywhere else with it. Under RAD, they're given the opportunity to get a project-based portable voucher. That all of a sudden gives that family much more flexibility and freedom to move throughout the country, either in Little Rock or even in other states, and transfer that voucher to another location. Some people, they also get the option to move to another public housing site. We have 3 towers, 600 units of public housing that's been converted now under RAD in partnership with Gorman and the Housing Authority, MHA. And so they may choose to go into a unit at one of the other public housing sites, or they may choose to get a temporary voucher move, to private housing using a temporary voucher, and then come back when the project's done. So, and then we do the construction in phases. We typically will stop leasing. HUD allows us to stop the leasing process when we get a RAD commitment, and that allows us through natural attrition and turnover to vacate a certain number of units in the development before construction starts, and that helps the phasing process. But it's a complicated puzzle, there's no doubt. A very similar project we did in Phoenix was 301 units on 38 acres. And that was a massive puzzle that had very similar gut rehab scope to it. Through attrition, we vacated about 40% of the site, did the redevelopment in phases, moved people within the site in some cases as well. So when one phase was finished, they would move into a new unit, vacate their old unit, and then we would rehab, gut rehab their old building. So it's a rolling gut rehab in phases that we'll implement.
But I heard correctly that all of the residents have the right to come back and choose, correct?
I'm sorry, could someone repeat the question? It's hard to hear.
Did I hear you correctly that all of the residents have the right to come back if they choose to do so?
That is absolutely correct. Under the RAD regulations that Congress passed, there's a right of return provision. And that right of return provision, we have to notice the residents actually on the front end that you're going to be relocated, but you have a legal right to return to the site. And, so they're notified of that, and that's a very strict HUD requirement. And if you don't follow that requirement, there's serious financial consequences that HUD will impose after the project is finished.
So I have a follow-up if it's okay. Is there a mechanism by which you choose who you invite to return back first?
Is there a mechanism to say that one more time?
So all of the residents have a right to return, but you're not going to have all of the units finished at the same time. So how do you determine who has the priority to return first to the units that they completed?
Yeah, that's typically based on who's moved out first and who has to be, taken out of their unit first. They'd typically be placed on a priority to return in that fashion. The tricky part, that I'll be perfectly honest with you, is that in our phasing of construction based on where the vacancies are located, there's not always a perfect fit for the next family on the list on the next available finished unit to move them back into. So they may need a 3-bedroom and we have a 4-bedroom ready. So they may have to wait a little bit longer and we go to the next person on the list because they're the right fit in terms of family size and unit size. But that's generally how it's done.
Other questions for,
So I'm trying to understand these excess costs, because there's a lot of information here to try to digest in a short period of time. But if I remember correctly, the average unit construction cost, hard construction cost is something like $157,000-$158,000, something like that. And does that be included in that number? Does that include the value of the seller take back note, $3,400,000?
John, correct me if I'm mistaken here, but I believe that does not include the seller carryback note. Is that accurate?
So in terms of hard.
Can you repeat the question, please?
He wanted to know if the seller carryback note was in our hard construction cost number.
It's not in hard costs, no.
So you've got $157,000 a unit of hard construction costs on average. You've got $8 million of what you identify as excess costs. Take off the bond cost, you're down to roughly $7 million. Half of that's the seller carryback note. So you've got about $3.5 million of extra hard construction costs that you've identified because of these things that you would not normally encounter. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, and so on this sheet here, just to make sure I'm understanding the question, on this sheet here, what we tried to do, and we kind of mixed and matched different cost categories, unfortunately here, but in our hard costs, you could subtract, if you were trying to truly identify HUD-related costs that are unique to RAD transactions, what you could subtract from our hard costs are the unique utility infrastructure replacement costs, demolition of the buildings, the gut, we're really gut, rehabbing, so there's a tremendous amount of demolition. Davis-Bacon wages, which are required with all federally funded projects. Environmental abatement, that's asbestos abatement, the $550,000. There's, some unusual site costs with street resurfacing and sidewalks. If you've been out to the site, it's a very large terrace site, as Seth had mentioned. There's ADA specific costs and street improvements, and fire department upgrades. That's a small number, but so those are kind of the extraordinary costs that you could sort of extract, I guess you will, from our total hard cost budget that are unusual, that you wouldn't typically see in a ground up new construction type project.
So that works out to about $40,000 a unit for 87 units. Of course, that 87 includes 13 that you're only spending bare minimum on. So that's not a great comparison in my mind, but it's the numbers that we have to for.
Yeah, no, you're right. Those units, keep in mind, are those costs are in here, but those units on a per unit basis are getting a massively lower per unit investment. And so you're right, the remaining units are getting on a per unit basis more than that. But again, those are based on, much lower profit and overhead limits than what you allow in your QIP. And they're based on hard third-party Section 3 and Davis-Bacon based bids from local subcontractors. So
Davis-Bacon wages required to pay anything funded with federal money, like when we do home fund or something, that requires to pay wages. 12 or more. And then
12 or more home assisted units requires Davis-Bacon. And that's a calculation of your total home investment to your total development cost. So if home represents 12% of your total capital stack, then 12% of your units essentially have to be home assisted in the development. So when you get to 12 or more home assisted units using that formula, that's when Davis-Bacon gets triggered. With RAD, just the nature of it being RAD requires Davis-Bacon automatically. It doesn't matter what your capital stack looks like. All RAD deals require Davis-Bacon.
Hi, and this is Stephanie on the call, and I'm familiar with Davis-Bacon just because, as he stated, all RAD deals, but also many government projects, our projects, when we do construction for our facilities now, we have to abide by Davis-Bacon, which essentially is just, guaranteeing that contractors or whomever you sub have that government rate wage, if you will. So essentially and typically in our experience, it's been a lot more than what contractors would typically pay workers for particular jobs. We just had to adhere to that rate, and it has to be certified and guaranteed. And there's a huge stack of paperwork that goes into each transaction. But these things and these costs are familiar to me as well with working with government funding.
Yeah.
And
it's difficult to hear. If someone can repeat that.
I'm gonna speak to you generous in my business, because I've worked on federally funded projects that require Davis to pay no wages, and there was no extra cost associated with that. So you must be paying.
I'm sorry, you're going in and out on your microphone.
I'm about as close as I can get to it. It doesn't matter, I don't think it needs to be repeated.
Okay. Okay, other questions from board members for our presenter? At full board, please speak up. It's not just housing review. I would like to hear from anyone that wants to talk. Going once?
I would just add, I looked up, I sort of added up the items that I kind of looked at, it really falls in either the city or APNL or ARCLA, and it's like $25,000 per unit. It's between the utilities, street resurfacing, sidewalks, an ADA, I guess that's the little bumpy yellow thing we walk around over, and fire department upgrades. Kind of areas that the city's sticking stuff that they should be or should have done. Not that I'm on the committee, I just thought it was kind of odd number.
Okay.
Said I'm not on the committee. Help me understand, I think I've asked this before, so the solar carryback note of $3.4 million. We keep going back to, well, we shouldn't include that. We shouldn't include that. If you don't include that, then in essence, are you given the value of the site and existing buildings a value of 0? And would then any developer, would you customarily do that? The existing site, land, and operate has a value to it. So how can we say that we really shouldn't consider that?
Well, we just should consider it in the cost cap. That's my only argument. But it is a very useful tool to help the housing authority generate more tax credits. And you know, they have on this property managed it for a long, long time. And interestingly enough, do you guys realize when the housing authority lets one of their deals convert to a RAD conversion, they lose the income that they used to get. They don't manage it anymore. And they're effectively working themselves out of a job by letting one of their deals convert to RAD. It's not in their best interest personally from a financial perspective, but why are they doing it? Because they see the drastic human need, and they would rather lose their own job and funding than see these people continue to live in these conditions.
So is that
possible
that because in this case they have to developer?
I'm glad that you pointed it out, because not only has Gorman, been asking for 7.5% when our guidelines say you can ask for 15%, but then of the half, he's turned around and given 51% of that to the housing. Yes, is that some cash income now? Yes, but is it the same as fees over the long term? No.
Well, they apparently haven't made enough money to maintain it, so I'm not sure that that's a huge financial sacrifice.
You guys, it would do you well to go meet the people in these housing authorities. I was able to sit down with the executive director from North Little Rock Housing Authority, Ms. Belinda Snow, and I was also able to spend some time with Dr. Nadine Jarman from the Little Rock Housing Authority. And both of these people are so educated, articulate, big hearts, just trying to help people, but it's really hard to do when you don't have a budget. And so I would disagree that this is advantageous for the housing authority, other than them getting to see their people that they're serving being taken care of.
So we care. So we're kind of turning this into a discussion of almost either care about the people or you don't. And I don't think that's an accurate depiction at all of the
people on this board. I think we all care about the people. And I think our motivation is to help as many people as we possibly can with the limited funds that we have. And I keep coming back to, I think our sole job is to look at the reasonableness of the cost. And so the discussion that we're having about the reasonableness of the cost, extra cost, that's very helpful. That's the first time I've seen some of this today. Now, it may have been presented to us before, but there's so much stuff that we've been shown that it's hard to keep up with everything that we have seen. So I just want to say that I almost feel like we need to be careful and not sound like the people who think we need to control the cost don't care about the people living in the projects. We do. I don't think any of us would be spending our time doing this for the $85 ticket for competing. So I just think it's important not to be painted with a broad brush, not to be talking about motives that people may or may not have.
I'd like that $85 to be limited to once a month meetings. Is that possible?
Is that because you only want to come once a month?
Yeah, I only want to come once a month, not 3 or 4. I'm curious. I had the same thing with the seller of the take back note. And okay, why do you have this loan out there? So I just started Googling and researching and reading all the HUD stuff and read a lot about it. And it is literally a wink, nod. Put this in there, you know, make sure you get the most points, but we all know it's not going to be paid back at the end. It's not a real cost, but wink, nod, it makes it go. And I mean, that I read it over and over and over again until I finally was like, okay. I mean, everybody understands the shell game, you know, that's going on. And so that's what's going on.
Yeah. And I just put it in very simple terms. You know, the seller carryback note is driven based on a third-party appraised value of the site. HUD requires that. And so the 3.4 million reflects the appraisal that we have. And the housing authority, which owns this land and this property, free and clear, is basically saying, I'm going to take the value of this asset, the appraised value of the asset, put the value into the deal and not take money for it. Basically, they're putting the land in as equity essentially. And then they're going to secure the seller carryback note for the purposes which the IRS allows them to do, to generate equity, to generate basis, tax credit basis for the investor. So Bank of America is paying 98 cents on the dollar for these credits, first of all, which is really remarkable in the current marketplace. We're way above market in terms of what we got for pricing from Bank of America on this deal. And so they're paying 98 cents on the dollar. So the seller carryback note is generating, based on a 4% tax credit formula, is generating an extra $1 million in sourcing for this deal. And the net effect of taking that out of the mix is that we lose $1 million in equity from Bank of America, which is all going into the hard costs. So could we take this out? Yes, but we'd lose $1 million and have to scale back the scope by $1 million. And so it's just a tool to do more, you know, capital improvements and support your capital stack. And it secures the housing authority's ownership position, because HUD requires that the housing authority maintain control, certain levels of control throughout the life of the partnership. So they're not allowed to take public housing projects under RAD, convert them and just sell them to a private enterprise like Gorman and Company. They have to stay in the deal. And this is a mechanism that ensures that once the tax credit compliance period expires, they still maintain control and they can take the asset back down the road.
I agree with what John said. I had the same kind of reaction to it. There's something I went and read about and tried to educate myself. That does appear to be the intent. And that appears to be the way the laws wants it to work. While it kind of doesn't make a lot of sense to a business person, doing something for free, you know, that's the way that the law is intended to work. It says that you've gotten over some of these things. I've gotten over that we can't ignore it for purposes of what it costs.
So who owns this at the end of the day? Who owns this at the end of financing? Is this the housing authority? I mean,
it's both public and private at that point, right?
Right. What was the question?
The question is,
who owns the project really at the end of the day? So you get through this, you get through, I guess, the end of financing. Well, who ultimately owns this?
Yeah, so it'll be owned. The ownership of the project will be a limited liability company just like the towers, the structure we did on the towers. It'll be a limited liability company, of which the Housing Authority is a 51% member, and Gorman and Company's entity is a 49% member. So it's owned by a public-private partnership. And the Housing Authority has the right to buy us out at the end of the 15-year compliance period, really just to take over the project, not even buy us out, to step in and take full control once all the tax benefits expire. The investor really wants Gorman at the table as a guarantor at the end of the day. They want our balance sheet, they want our experience, they want our knowledge in terms of property and asset management, because we're responsible for the asset for the next 15 years. You know, if there's ever a major disaster, or there's a, you know, shortfall in cash flow, you know, we have to write a check, not the Housing Authority. We're the guarantor. And the investor, Bank of America, wants the comfort of an entity like us that's been around since 1984 doing this work, and has a whole portfolio of assets in similar fashion at the table, you know, to give them comfort to invest. And that's where the public-private partnership works. And that's what HUD recognized when they created this program. All these old public housing sites lacked capitalization. There was no money. And they had, you know, a lot of housing authorities that didn't have the development staff and the financial wherewithal to restructure these deals. And they had handcuffs on them. So RAD just takes those handcuffs off, allows the Housing Authority to enter into public-private partnership with more experienced development partners and go capitalize these things with bonds and tax credits. And so it's really a revenue neutral program. There's no additional HUD funding coming into to this RAD program whatsoever. But it does take the handcuffs off and allows them to leverage, you know, tax exempt bond financing, 4% tax credit equity, those sorts of capital sources that public housing sites are legally not allowed to use today.
So Seth, I want to come back to my comment about the Little Rock Housing Authority not giving up a big asset. That's not criticism of them at all. I totally understand that field advantage. My point was, I don't think they're making a lot of money off it. I think they're giving up a liability probably rather than an asset. That's what drives this whole program. I don't think it's a cash out.
Well, surely not.
Yeah, so I don't think they're giving up a liability, not an asset. Do we have some, I don't know who to ask this, but do we have some minimum designs, the minimum design standards apply here? Do we know to what extent they have exceeded the minimum design standard, or they just kind of met the minimum design standard?
They were reviewed, I can't recall off the top of my head, Stan, I have to go look in the file. They submitted India's waiver request and initially applied, and those have been satisfied to the staff's
Waivers.
Yeah, yes, sir.
So I'm really asking if we had minimum design standards, let's say minimum design standards were for 100%, would they be at 100%, 50%, 200%? That's kind of a hard question to answer, I realize. But I'm trying to see, are any of these costs related to exceeding the minimum design standard as opposed to just meeting the minimum design standard?
I don't know.
Well, we have our lead architect on the call, if you'd like him to speak to the scope and the variance requests that we've made based on ADFA's design standards.
My question doesn't really go to the variance request, it goes to the design standard compliance therewith or exceeding the minimum design standard. That's what
I don't know that would be able to be quantified because, for instance, some of the minimal design standards are with regards to shrubs. You know, how do you quantify the difference between a boxwood and a rose?
Well, I don't know the answer to that, but I bet you can quantify the difference between granite countertops and laminate. So that's kind of what I'm driving. I'm not asking for a quantification dollar amount. I'm asking just for a judgment, a perception of people who review the application for reasonableness of the cost. Did they just meet the minimum design standard? Basically, and I was trying to figure out where the cost are coming from. I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, to be honest with you.
No, I understand that. So,
Brian, all of these soft costs that have been reduced, you're putting all of that money into hard costs, is that right?
Yes, every penny of them shifted from soft costs, and I include developer fee, in my mind as a soft cost, over to the hard cost budget. And believe me, based on the bids that came back, we need every penny of the money we shifted. So I was kind of glad that Board Member Coleman was kind of pushing on us at the last meeting. And he wasn't wrong. I mean, we went back and really felt that he was right. And, it was a bit too rich given this, the nature of the project. These are complicated deals and we're in it long term. So we do want to try and maximize our profitability as well, because we're on the hook for the guarantees for the next 15 years. These are risky transactions, but it was rich. And so we, made it significantly less rich in my mind and put every penny of that into the hard cost budget. And we've got a full bid list that we're happy to share with ADVA staff or board members. So you can see what the Section 3, and we're meeting and exceeding the Section 3 requirements, which is great. But those are typically smaller subcontractors, and that impacts schedule and requires a lot more support from our construction team to help support the Section 3 subcontractors as well. But
so I've been relatively quiet this whole time, but kind of just hit the nail on the head. My whole concerns with this project and how it was presented multiple times now to the committee. That when a project is presented to the board, especially when we're trying to be good stewards of taxpayer dollars, and we hear, oh, it was too rich when we first presented it, we asked you to approve it anyways. It comes back tailored. You can understand where the committee and the board as a whole starts to kind of dig into how we're exceeding minimum design standards, how construction costs beyond hard costs, but what soft costs are built into them, what developer fees are. But all of that said, I do commend Gorman for bringing it back and taking, to borrow a phrase that I've heard in the past from others, taking a sharper pencil to the numbers. I think at the end of the day, I'm not sure where we are calling for a vote or amending it or whatever. But at the end of the day, what I'm hearing is that there is community support for this project, there's housing need for this project, that the residents of the project are guaranteed funding, guaranteed homes, not a voucher to find somewhere else. And that the governor certainly is toward the side who says we don't scale it back. It sounds like there's, the governor's behind the project. So I just wanted to, because I wasn't going to say it until that comment was made, but my concern with this whole project from the beginning was that it was presented in a way that now it's being presented with a, well, we understand we were too rich. That's valid. We still ask you to approve it. Now we're going to change it and approve it again. So I just want to speak to that as a committee member for concerns for any projects that may come before us again. But that let it be known that that will certainly be considered.
I think if this project were submitted with 186,000 cost per unit, probably would have been a lot of discussion or as much discussion on it as there is now. And so I guess the real question is, are we comfortable that 91,000 is additional cost by RAD? I've got much more comfortable with that after doing some of my research on RAD deals as compared to some others. But I do appreciate it being broken down like that. It should be broken down like that in future presentations that come before us. What's the extra cost by doing this project this way that wouldn't be with another cost? And we could have projects do that. I think it would simplify our decision-making process a whole lot. Now, we can still have the discussion about whether we think those are really, unique to this kind of project or not. But at least we can see, what this unique animal is costing that's more than the others that you deal with. And I think that's very helpful.
And so the only thing I'm still struggling, I get all the extra financing costs, credit costs, I get all that. It's all detailed out now where you can see it. And I understand that doesn't apply to everything. The only thing I'm trying to reconcile in my head at this point is per unit hard construction costs compared to what other things we see for hard construction costs, other types of projects. The only thing I'm trying to wrestle down in my head. So that's why I asked about the minimum design standards. Is this cost higher than what we used to see? Because the minimum design standard were exceeded, and if so, why are we funding that I just haven't had time at this moment to take all this information, crunch it back through myself, the numbers to say, okay, back out these extra costs, mediation or whatever. That's a valid cost, you gotta do it. I'm with kind of had George's question about some of the infrastructure costs, why in the city, why in the utility taking care of those, there may be valid reasons, maybe the utility not gonna put any money into it because it's not gonna increase their revenue. It has to be a valid answer in my mind that I can understand. So that's really the only thing I'm still trying to wrestle with. I'm okay with the fees at this point. I think, I heard that they're not using any affiliated subcontractors. So I guess those costs that we saw came out of the bid process, so they're legitimate costs. And really, the only thing I'm still trying to wrestle down in my head is there anything proposed for the project that doesn't need to be proposed, the cost doesn't need to be incurred to create decent, safe, affordable housing comparable to other things that. And I was convinced if the answer to that was no, I'd like to go forward. I'm just not quite there yet because nobody's answering the question about the new design.
And I would say that the utility company probably is gonna make less on this. The utilities on new builds gotta be more efficient than 1940, 748 standards.
I'm kind of okay with the street utility costs. Those are valid things that go into the community. There's good that comes from it. I'm kind of okay with it.
Could we look at the construction cost of bids again, pull that up on the screen where we kind of look at those costs one more time? Yeah. We make that a little larger. Like,
And the chart on the right are the sources and uses based on the revised application that you have before you today. The chart on the left was our original application.
isn't there a chart of the breakdown of the hard costs?
Yeah, that's the next slide that has the unique project costs. Yeah, right here. No.
I think he's wanting to see the 157,000.
Yeah, the breakdown of the hard costs. That's what Mr. Green was wanting to find out. Is there a breakdown of the hard of the bids of the hard costs?
So what I had asked for earlier and was told that it didn't exist, we don't have this figured somewhere. What's the money? How much money is being spent on frame? How much money is being spent on roof? How much is being spent on cab?
Could you go back one slide?
John, is that broken up? In
So the hard cost, $171,000 a year.
Right, and that includes
What makes up that $14,800,000?
Okay.
First of all, the 10% contingency in the hard cost.
Yeah.
Where's the money being spent? What are we spending on roofs? What are we spending on framing? What are we spending on electrical? What are we spending on whatever else? Windows. I'm not necessarily needing that much detail, but something.
Yeah, well, we can componentize it for you here. So John, is the tax credit application budget, which I don't have in front of me, does that break down subtrade costs, material costs in any level, or is it all rolled up?
No, it doesn't. We received the bids, gosh, it was maybe 6 months or more ago at this point. We don't have the bids componentized by trade ready for presenting for this meeting. It's something that we can share with the caveat that they are outdated at this point.
Okay, but Tom Jones is our estimator who's on the call. So Tom, could you and Erjan maybe componentize for the board just the general sense for what your major cost categories are and how they're broken down? I think, do you have the cost detail in front of you? What they're wanting to do, what they want is a sense of the overall scope, you know, and what's costing.
Sure. This is Tom Jones. I'm pulling up that estimate because the one that we had wasn't broke out like that. So if you give me a second, I'll open it up.
And just include the major cost categories, Tom. You don't have to go through every line item.
Sure. Yep. And majority of the categories, you know, it's going to be framing, it's going to be demolition because we are taking the building down to studs. A lot of the utilities, a whole new mechanical system, so all our plumbing, electrical, all new gas services to the building, plumbing, I said that, electrical, HVAC, a whole new HVAC system, obviously new drywall, flooring, pretty much every category is getting redone because we're taking the building down to to studs. So to break out the actual costs, we can totally do that. I just don't have it in presentation form at the moment.
I do have some costs that I could call out. I don't have it in presentation cost either, but we do have some costs. Abatement is a big one, 550. Demolition is 850. We do have plumbing at almost 300,000. We have electrical at 260. Rough framing is at 368,000. And HVAC, another very big one, is at 540,000. So those are our main cost drivers.
If your bid process was 6 months ago, that's what the $14 million is based on?
That's correct.
Yes.
Yeah, we went out to bid with the local subcontractor base, and we'll have to rebid the project, but that's pretty good information.
So that 1.2 million that's in the contingency, if that should not be spent, are the tax credits adjusted downward for that?
That would be an ADFA staff. There's an underwriting typically at the 3 stages, right? And especially on a bond deal, because your equity adjusts around your costs. And so they'll do a final, I don't want to speak for ADFA staff, but they'll do a final underwriting of the transaction based on a third-party accountant's certified, cost statement, cost certification. And to the extent that resources like contingency were not used, then they could, yes, reduce the credit allocation. And that happens to us from time to time. I mean, that's a good problem. We hope that's the case. Our concern is that costs are, going in the wrong direction in the last 6 months with the supply chain issues we've had, particularly in lumber and other major categories like that. But
further questions? Any more discussion? I want to speak to Stan's comment. Sure didn't mean to paint the picture that anybody up here is not concerned with human need. Never meant that at all. I was talking about how motivated those 2 ladies in the housing authority I met are by need. But I know all of you up here, I know you really do care, and I know you're just trying to do the right thing. And, there'll be no hard feelings. I love spirited discussion. But in light of everything that I've learned, I believe with all my heart that the right thing to do is to move this on to the full board for consideration. And I think that I believe it should have been approved in the past, like John Shell said. If you come in the first time explaining it's $186,000 plus, it would have been a whole different conversation. And again, I have to take responsibility for that because I didn't realize what a different animal it was. But now I do. And from now on, when these things come before us, we'll get to the bottom of it, and we'll even have your breakdown of different construction cost numbers. If that's something we want to start considering when we're looking at a 4% deal here at the board level, I think that's A-okay to require that. It happens in the past, so I still feel like the right thing to do because this should have been done. Was it a year ago that this came before us? How long ago? Somebody, Lori? Okay, so we're 9 months, 10 months later. This could have been approved 9 or 10 months ago, which means those families would have been 9 or 10 months closer to safe, sanitary, affordable housing. So that is why I feel the need to make a motion to the committee to vote to move this to the full board for approval. Am I clear of understanding that staff recommends approval? Yes. Okay. And if there's no further discussion, I would like to make a motion that Sunset Terrace be approved by Housing Review Committee to be forwarded with a recommendation for approval to the full board as presented today and as reviewed by staff.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second on the floor to approve Sunset Terrace as presented. Any further discussion? Yes, sir. No, well, I will have to ask you about that, but not right now for sure. Right now, we're just getting that housing review.
I think the agenda says no action requested of the board today. It says it.
Okay, so you're saying, staff is saying that they would be more comfortable if we forwarded it to the board meeting for the next month for protocol.
I don't know what staff's saying.
That's about. Well, regardless,
Matt's coming up.
okay, yes, Matt, you're recognized.
Okay. That's usual process in the multifamily bond deal. There's the cap rules, there is described formal presentation by the applicant to the housing review committee. That's basically the approval that says we like the deal, we like the structure, we like the cost across the board. And then at a later date, after the applicant bond professionals who put a bond deal together, then the deal comes before the full board for approval at that time. It's really contemplated that those two things never happen on the same day. There's plenty of work to do to put the bond deal together.
Very good.
That answer.
Oh, it totally does. I'm glad you're here. So I think that makes a lot of sense. We want to make sure we follow protocol. So all I'm asking for today is a vote from the Housing Review Committee to forward this to the full board when staff is ready to bring it back to us.
So can we request more information before the full board meeting? What are the recommendation today? Which might change someone's opinion later on. Because I still have this question about the design standard hasn't really been answered. I'm interested in some of the cost per unit construction information, like Carrie had brought up. So would we get that information? Did we ask for it before the full board voted on it?
I'm sure we would. Brian?
Well, I just want to make sure I understand that what we're saying is it is an approval because we ran into this issue with another project about additional information. Are we passing this to the board at this point with the approval upon submission of the information? That's the only question I have.
I think we approved it, but then we can ask for additional information. If that changes the board member's vote at the board meeting, that changes the vote at the board meeting.
At the board level.
Yeah, at the board level. But right now, the Housing Review Committee will vote on whether to pass it on with a recommendation. If we get additional information, and at the board level, that may change somebody's vote. They may decide they voted for it here, they voted against it there, they voted against it here, they voted for it there.
But Brian's point is valid, but that didn't happen once before. Kind of what we heard was, well, y'all approved it already. We provided the additional information. We didn't think it was going to change the vote because of the additional information. So if we did that, I want it to be clear that that might change the vote.
Matt, just to be clear, Gorman and Associates not going to be in a position to move forward with anything. So they have full board approval, not committee. Right. So you get it out of committee, the board has still got to approve it before they know that they've got a deal that they can go to work on. Regardless of the bonds is separate and apart from that. They've got to know that are we as a board approving this deal or are we not? And so the first step is get it out of committee. Second step is full board approval. Is that correct?
Yes.
I think we need to be clear.
That was exactly what my point was that if you get the information and then it comes back in, and for some reason that gives you concern and you decide to change your vote, you're changing your vote at the board of director level, not at the housing review committee level.
But I don't want us to ever get to a point where committee approval means automatic board approval. I mean, nobody ever ought to assume that committee approval means automatic board approval. Ever about any committee or any project. The committee passes it on and the board still has to evaluate it. It should never be, otherwise why have a board, just have committees and let them approve it.
So Seth, would you amend your motion that we send it to the board with the recommendation of approval, subject to our review of this additional information about compliance with minimum design standards, per unit breakout of construction costs.
I think you get that already at the full board level.
I don't think we do. I don't think we get anything full board level. It's not just-
You can make a motion, and I mean, I think the motion.
What if we make the motion that we request the information? We approve it, pass it on, request the information, not make it subject to the information. Make that an individual board member's decision based on, because subject to the
That's fair.
information.
I just want to clear that my mind's not made up. I don't mind moving it out of committee to keep it moving along. But my mind's not made up. I think it could possibly be made up with some additional information, but it's not made up.
So what if we say that we're going to move it to the full board with a recommendation while also requesting additional information from board members to contemplate, but it's not subject to. Subject to sounds like we might, as a committee, take our recommendation back. We're not going to do that. We're not going to take our recommendation back. We're going to leave our recommendation out there. But if I, as a committee member, decide I want to change my vote, that's entirely within my realm. But one thing we do want is we do want it in the motion that we're requesting the additional information. So we're approving it, but we're requesting the additional information just for board members, all the board members to have a fully informed decision.
I'm fine with that.
Well, that's a different motion that's on the floor, so you can withdraw that, or let it vote and die, and then let John make that.
If, I'm sure that the folks at Gorman realize that if they can't get the full board comfortable with the other information that's been requested, that they're not going to get your vote whenever they come before you. And so I'm a little hesitant to add to the motion that you also have to submit certain documents. If they, we'll say right now what we want, and if they don't submit them, we don't get them, then we can, I don't see how, I don't want the motion to be misinterpreted by anybody that because they didn't send in or we didn't like what they sent in, that our motion changes. So,
Our vote won't change. Our vote is a recommendation of approval to the full board.
yeah, and then
Requesting.
I tell you what, why don't we vote on your motion to recommend it to the full board?
Well, hold on. There's an easier way to thread this. Stan, since you're a committee member and a voting member of the full board, just whatever your vote is, make that clear to Gorman that once it comes back, that you will be, your vote at the full board level will be contingent on getting that information.
I think that should be probably abundantly clear already, but I don't understand the hesitancy of asking for additional information for the committee of asking for additional. I don't understand the hesitancy.
But
So
let's vote on Seth's motion and then I'll offer a second motion. How is that?
oh, hey, wait a minute, sounds like a contest. All right, I back down to the Honorable John Chadwell and withdraw my motion. I'd like to make a new motion, please, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion that we forward Sunset Terrace as presented and as recommended for approval by staff to the full board with a recommendation for approval from us. However, we do request additional information such as a breakdown of the hard cost and a
Write down the hard costs and there was one other thing.
then I'd like an expression from some.
Oh, design standards.
How this compares to minimum design.
All right, so the motion is to recommend for approval forward to the full board, but we're asking for additional information, which is the hard cost, construction cost breakdown, as well as how does this project compare to our minimum design standards? Does it barely meet them? Does it exceed them by 5%? Does it exceed them by lots more? How about that? Is that a wordy motion? Let me start over. All right, let me withdraw that.
I think you're good. You're good.
I think
I'll second that.
All right, I got a motion and a second on the floor.
I call for a question.
Oh, Mr. Page. You recognize.
I got a text that they do not exceed the actual minimum design standards by any material.
Okay.
Well, excuse me, I don't know who sent you that text, and I don't know why they sent it to you.
I think they're gonna try to talk, but they couldn't get through.
Okay,
or
can we,
something.
the question's been called, can we vote and they can talk to the board meeting?
Yeah.
Is that okay? Sure. I want to hear from them, I think we've about beat this horse.
Yeah. Excellent stuff. And Ron's got Aaron.
All right, there's a motion, second.
With no further discussion, I'm going to call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it. Motion carries. And we'll go to the full board. We're looking forward to additional information from the Gorman team. Thank you all very much for your patience. I think it's probably a time to adjourn for the lunch break.
Do that, or you can just come back after lunch and present that to the full board for approval.
What's to present?
The committee, everything.
Yeah, should I do that now?
It's up to you.
Are we doing the other one?
No, we're gonna do asset commitment after.
No, I mean, the other one.
I do, yeah,
He adjusted the order of the agenda.
I do want to say something about Silver Terrace, but it's going to be next month.
Okay.
Yeah, so. Well, I said, Silver Terrace is on this agenda. I said, we're not going to hear it this month. We're going to talk about it. We'll hear it next month.
That's Holt, huh?
Yeah, Holt, sorry, keep calling it the wrong thing. Holt.
Well, let's just take a break for lunch. We'll do 30 minutes, okay with everybody? We'll shorten it. All right, so we'll be, well, it's 29 minutes, because it's 1:01. So we'll be back at 1:30 to wrap the housing review.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all.
What a crock of shit.
Really? Now I'm getting, use the mic.
Yeah.
Be sure to mute the boardroom, please.
All right, everybody, thank you for joining us again to continue this marathon of a meeting. We appreciate all the patience. With that, I will turn it back over to Chairman Mintz.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. First thing I'd like to do is make a motion that we never meet in this room again. Have a second? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. All right, I'm going to be quick, guys. I just have one more thing I would like to talk about, and it's just in the very same vein. So when I began to realize that when you have a housing authority involved, or you have public housing involved, in one of these affordable housing structures, same as with HUD, the rules are different. It's not apples and oranges. It's more like a watermelon. It's just totally different. But there's another one of those that when we heard it the first time, we did not approve it. And again, I feel like it's very much for the same reason that I didn't know enough, didn't understand it well enough to explain it to other board members. And that is the Holt District project. And Holt, we did approve a portion of it a couple of months ago, but it was a bifurcated version of the original project that absolutely lowered the efficiencies. It made it more difficult to spread the costs over the units. It just barely squeaks by financially the way that we approved it as a half of a deal, basically, a couple of months ago. So that whole district, I went to see it in North Little Rock, and there's something about these public housing projects that also, there's a major community benefit to the surrounding streets and blocks. They've proven that if there's in New York, you've got an alleyway with a bunch of broken windows and graffiti, it's more likely for crime to happen there than if there's not broken windows and graffiti, right? They call it eyes on the street, try to, light it, orient people to the street. So it kind of works the same way, I think, in public housing, that, we can do a huge benefit for the community, not just the people that live there. And this is definitely one of those examples. It is, if you go drive it, you'll see it's pretty bad to have this sitting where it is sitting. So what I just wanted to say was next month, I want to invite them to come back and talk to Housing Review Committee, them being the developers of the Holt District. I would like them to come back with their whole project instead of half of a project, as we previously approved. And I just thought that I would invite you all to think about it, ask questions. We do have a detailed cost breakdown that helps explain the differences between this particular deal and its needs, as well as, excuse me, the costs that are associated with that sort of deal structure and it being a housing authority / HUD project that most of the folks that live there are using vouchers. And again, are 30% or less of the average median income. So to wrap it up, I got this. I'm going to show you guys. Just that you can ask Rod, you can ask Stan. When you take a project like this and you cut it in half and you do one piece now and you do another piece a couple years later, you have wasted so much money that could have gone into amenities of the project that would have benefited the people more. And so if the demand is there, you should do it all at once. This is better for everybody. Instead of having 2 finance closings, okay? 2 closings, 2 rounds of approvals that are on different timeframes. Having 2 different loans on what's essentially the same project, that's not ideal at all. You need to do it all at once. So I just want you to understand that. We'll talk about it more then, but the main change is, from what we approved a couple months ago, I think they need to go ahead and do it all at once in order to get the best project possible. And with that, Madam Chair, if there is no further business to come before the Housing Review Committee.
I'm sorry to beat a dead horse.
Okay.
You know, the thing that I think stands out about this discussion today that would benefit this whole process greatly is transparency. And just bring us the numbers, show us what the numbers are, and be forthright about why it costs more to do a particular project, because that's all I'm after. I think that's probably all a lot of us are after. It's just really understanding the numbers so that we can discharge our responsibility as board members. And I want to take that burden off of you that you are carrying about us not approving these projects, because there's nothing you've said to this point that would have changed my mind on my motivating those earlier projects. I believe it's all about understanding the cost and being sure that they're reasonable, because I think that's our job. I think that's what we signed up for, is to ensure that the costs are reasonable. So I'm all for it. Them coming back, they can ask to come back. You can ask them to come back, however that works. I just want to know what the cost numbers are, and I think it's important that they be open and transparent. And to Caitlin's earlier point, we're not negotiating with you on the fee. You know, bring us the fee that makes sense and works in this situation, and we'll approve it or we won't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very fair. So what I propose is staff is going to help me get it into the hands of every board member email inbox, a detailed breakdown of the cost of that project so you can study it before we get here next month. And then,
let me make one.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
I would say, open and transparent, but full information. Even to the point where maybe the staff, if they know that we're talking about a particular project, maybe they have the file with them here in the room, where then we can ask, get detailed answers to our questions. Just to be a little more, have the detail in front of us or close by.
Yep. Also very fair. If it's a 4% deal and we're making the decision on the project, we need to be able to get our questions answered, especially if we're expected to do it in one meeting. And if anybody has any other suggestions about what they'd like to have ahead of time, please forward them to us. Any other comments? Okay. Well, Madam Chair, I'm so happy to hand this back to you. I have to do it in the form of a motion, don't I? Oh, we gotta go through this whole report. Okay, guys. Today, the Housing Review Committee met around 10:30ish this morning. And first thing we did was we approved the minutes from the March 18th meeting. And then we approved an action memo for home funds for Habitat for Humanity in Central Arkansas. And then we approved another action memo for Habitat for Humanity in Jonesboro. Then we talked about, we did actually raise the limits to $2 million for home funds. And we set some single family cost cap limits, multifamily limits to be determined. And then we heard a talk from Mr. Dexter. He warned us about construction costs. It's something that we all decided we would try to address, how we're going to overcome those. And then we talked about Sunset Terrace. And we did update the home buyer program policy manual too. Lori, thank you for that. And Sunset Terrace, after much discussion, was moved on to the full board for more discussion and for action at the next board meeting in May. And I would like to make all of that into the form of a motion that my report be accepted and passed on to the full board.
Great, thank you, Chairman Sims, I appreciate that. Is there a second?
A second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, now we will move straight into the Board Asset Commitment Committee. Members of that committee are, of course, Denise Sweat. She is in her absence. We will continue because I believe that there's a quorum. We have Mr. Chadwell and Mr. Coleman, Green, and O'Connor. Mr. Green, would you do us the honors of chairing this committee?
I will be happy to, if someone can tell me where to find the agenda.
I'd be happy to do that. So if you go to the confidential.
Confidential.
Well, I think maybe for me, it should be in front of the confidential.
It's tab 3.
Tab 3 is where we start.
Tab 3 is the minutes, but the agenda is right in the very front of the confidential book.
I'm a little slow today. Okay, got it. I'm ready. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see, the first item of business is approval of the minutes from March 18th, 2021 meeting, which we had the opportunity to review in advance. I'll ask if there are any additions or corrections to the minutes.
Move for their approval, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Mr. Chadwell, Mr. Coleman, or Mr.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second to approve the minutes. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the minutes are approved. And the next item of business is consideration of a conduit application from Responsive Ed Holdings LLC. Who's going to talk to us about that, Rob?
I don't have a presentation or prepare for any discussion. It's simply there for your review, and we'll discuss it next month. And in the meantime, if you have any questions or want any material on it, let me know.
So no action required.
No action required. This is
Anyone have any questions about the application? All right. Thank you, Rose. The next item on the agenda is reports, and I bet that's to be Chuck Cathy at the microphone, starting with the AFA Bond Guarantee Fund. You can just roll through all those reports.
Yes, sir. These are just your normal monthly and quarterly reports. The bond guarantee report in the next few pages is basically separated into each of the categories by Mason Code and what represents the $56 million that you see at the total of all guarantees. This is a spread that shows, where those are located and what different industry that they appear in. Basically for edification purposes and knowledge. And one thing that we have again, and we talked about, we allowed time in this meeting, but we talked about it earlier, was the charter schools and the breakout of those would be on the last page, the back page of the second page, far right-hand column. That is the stratification of those that are guaranteed, those charter schools that have AFA bond guarantee and we have exposure to. And that's where that table falls, and it's there. It is the largest single category that we do have as far as a NAICS code. We are well under our limit, as we discussed earlier, but it'll always appear every quarter, and it'll appear in that section. So if anybody wants to just direct your attention, that's where it appears. We then have the capital access report. Again, that's one of our small business programs that we have that operates through your micro vendors such as Forge and what used to be Alt Consulting, which is now Communities Unlimited, Axiom, which is the Live Fund. Banks can participate in it, and some do, but the majority and the biggest user of it right now is Forge, and Lanita is kind of the administrator over that program. So it's a worthwhile program, and it does lots of good things to help banks meet areas that banks really don't want to live in. If you have any other questions regarding those reports, we can move then over to the problem loan report. The biggest news here on the problem loan report, and again, I feel like with COVID-19, I think we're very fortunate to have, there's a lot of banks that would love to have no more of a portfolio classified than we have at this agency. And it's been pretty amazing, and we're kind of very proud of that in our department here. But one that's been there for a while is American Vegetable Soybean, and I know this is one that's very dear to Dr. Lane's heart. It's in her backyard. This has been something Brian and I has worked with this company since 2012. In both iterations of the agriculture side at American Vegetable Soybean and their snack food and marketing side, which is the Greenway Foods. Greenway Foods is not classified at AEDC. It's classified here because of common ownership. Greenway Foods has never missed a bond payment, never made a payment, never been delinquent or anything, but it's classified because of the ownership in ADSE. We for years have discussed with them that they probably need to combine these companies. And through COVID and what's happened with it, this is a success story that COVID has really helped this company. Where before, this company started out well, but then it's got behind the 8 ball. And they've always been in defensive posture, always having to make a move because something was moving against them. They've turned the corner this past year with the COVID-19 and a lot of the exposure of their products and the health benefits of edamame. And one of the biggest things that Ray Chung mentioned the other day is all of the new meatless burgers that are going in, the plant-based burgers, have really brought an attention to their product as well. So they are looking to need to restructure our debt. It's something that has been a long time coming, but we couldn't really do it as long as they were separated companies because of the struggles of AVSE and some EMA filings, because we have had to supplement those payments in the past. They're now, for the last 9 months, the company has made all bond guarantee payments. Again, AVSE has never missed any. So they need to expand their operations. Their revenue and their demand for product is up 148% from last year to this year. To try to meet this demand, their current customers of Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, Costco, HEB, they're in top line grocery stores that are demanding their product, and right now demanding 148% of what they can really supply. They are not taking any new orders from new companies just to make sure that they can carry their product to the July harvest of this year's crop. In advance of the demand that they were anticipating, they have secured additional acreage for planting that is 70% above what they have planted in the past. They planted 860 acres last year. They are committed and have reserved 1,450 acres this year. They need to expand the facility as far as the processing lines, and to do that, the current investors in the company, of which APFA is one of those through one of our venture capital investments, that investment group is looking to upgrade the refrigeration unit and put in additional processing lines, somewhere between $2.5 to $3 million. All of that collateral would come to APFA in the first position. We're asking the company has to just extend out the terms of their current debt and restructure non-bond debt that we have. We would pick up the $2.5 million in collateral. We're looking at probably somewhere between a $5 and $6 million bond issue, combining these loans that you see here that are backed by the bond guarantee funds of AEDC and ADFA. That total, once it gets $5 to $6 million, we pick up $2.5 million in collateral. We don't put out another penny of money, but we extend the maturity 10 years. And the cash flow off of that, right now, debt service to the company is running, if they could make all debt service to all of these loans, is $125,000 a month. If we restructure this with no new money out, pick up the additional collateral, extend it 10 years, we cut that to about $74,000. That is tremendous cash flow generating for this company that's always been cash flow strapped. And we've really not really changed our position, because we've been staying with this company through growth. It had not been trouble. This is a company that's spun out of the University of Arkansas Research, agriculture based. It's just what APFA needs to do and what APFA does. So again, that's just a precursor that next month hopefully that we would be coming to this board part of that debt restructure. And again, it was presented last week at AEDC with a favorable response from their commission that we're behind this company and we need to see it grow. And it looks like it's finally reached where they are hitting not a defensive mode, but offensive mode. We've got the business we need to capture. Here's our opportunity. And with that, I'll entertain any other questions, but that's the big good news there on the problem.
Okay, I have a moment. So what you're saying is you're gonna combine all these loans that are on this page.
Those that are backed by the gate, the one that says SSBCI, that will not be carried out with the bonds. That will just be restructured into extending the terms and interest rate on that loan. It won't go to the bonds. That one loan there will just be restructured outside because it's not backed by the bond guarantee fund at all. But for each of these that you see backed by the bond guarantee fund, there is an equal exact amount owed to AEDC as well.
So they're not getting any more money than they're just restructuring, I can presume that's lower interest rates.
Yes,
longer term.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
So check that SSBCI loan, that would mean that we took some of that SSBCI money from that like 2008 or 9 or stimulus bill, whatever it was.
In 2010 bill, and we actually deployed the money in 2012.
And so we just loaned it to them.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if we lose it all, we lost something, but there was money that came in from that federal stimulus program.
Correct.
The total new debt would be what, Chuck?
The bonds, I think, somewhere in the neighborhood of about $5.5 million. Between us and AEDC, that would be 50-50 split. And the guarantee would go forward for both agencies as well.
With no new money.
No new money. And this should have been a venture capital deal from the beginning. They really didn't need debt because now that as everybody wants to come in, the venture capitalists and all that want to come in now, they want to see their money go to something productive. They don't want to throw money into a company and say, all you're going to do is pay debt to half. So this, this kind of teases everybody and gets the money in, we get additional collateral and put no new money out and just extend the terms. And that will come in form, probably next month in the form of a full presentation.
That all you got, Chuck?
Yes, sir.
All right, is there any other business to come before our committee? All right, Madam Chair, with that, I would present our report to the board in the form of a motion to accept our report, and basically what we did was approve the minutes and Ursula's report.
Appreciate your efficiency. Is there a second?
So moved.
Second, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. With that, we will conclude the April 15th meeting of Adler Board of Directors and see everybody again May 20th.
Before we leave, I want to say, Brian, I want to say thank you for your service.
Oh, thank you.
We're gonna miss you, and you're a retired employer, and Mark's the biggest fool in the room now, we know that. But thank you for your service, for putting up with all of us.
Thank you all very much. I'm not gonna say much because they've been through this slinging snot and crying. So, thank you very much.
Yes, I apologize. Thank you.
Yeah.
I apologize
Thanks
for that. I blame for using all of my mental capacity.
Totally.
So thank you for your service.
And obviously, Mark and Clayton side, there's two, you need to be up in the boardroom, where we met with the housing review committee, or possibly in that second floor, whatever review room. It's half again the size of this, but it'd be obviously a lot better. We had to do this because of the COVID, social distancing stuff.
Email if you don't mind. Somebody send an email. Let me know.
Or to turn the lights on in here.
So I think we can achieve your goal of not ever meeting in this room again.
We are adjourned.
I saw one.